Pleasure to have you here to celebrate this incredible research happening within our institution. Please take a moment to register to the event, and all QR codes are available in your table. Let's start, and thank you very much for your attendance today. And we will start with our Dean, Dr. Al-Mukhtar Al-Abri, who will officially open our research day. Welcome, Dr. Al-Mukhtar, to the stage.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and our brilliant students, very good morning to all of you. It's my honor and pleasure to welcome you today to our second research day for College of Economics and Political Science. Building on our success with the first research day, we are reconvening today to again exchange ideas, inspire each other, and reshape our direction for the future. The theme of this research day is fostering collaboration, innovation, governance, and digital transformation in business education. So this theme mirrors our ambitious aspirations, and it also acknowledges the dynamic evolution of business education in today's digital era. It would be a great opportunity for our community to share insights, explore new features and frontiers in research, and strengthen our collaborative efforts in shaping the future of business education. This year, we are taking one step ahead, and in our efforts to bridge the gap between industry and academia, we are hosting a distinguished professionals from the industry to share with us their insights and inspirations about future directions and urging topics of research about this theme. So this will ensure that our curriculum and research is not only relevant and aligned with the industry, but also we are pioneering and staying on top of the emerging trends in the industry. As you know, research in our college is becoming central and integral in our mission. The statistics speaks loudly about that. So alhamdulillah, in terms of quantity, we managed to publish around 183 papers in 2023. And this is a remarkable achievement compared to a couple of years ago. So we have a constant and solid growth in number of publications, alhamdulillah. And it does not merely speak about quantity, but also quality. So this milestone also reflects quality. Alhamdulillah, more than around two-thirds of our publications are in Q1 and Q2. So this is thanks to your commitment and dedication, and it also speaks of the collaborative spirit that, alhamdulillah, we have cultivated in our college in the last couple of years, alhamdulillah. So, and also, we are recognized with this. So if you look at QS ranking and Shanghai ranking, subject ranking particularly, our college, our subjects are relatively in higher position compared to other subjects in the university. So this again, thanks to your hard work and dedication, because of your publications, we are getting this academic reputation also internationally. Okay, so in pursuit of advancing our research and pursuing research excellence, we have revised the strategic research plan for the college for the coming 2 years. And I would like to highlight a number of future directions with you. So one is the integration of research in our teaching and learning. there is, directive from the university top management that research should be embedded in even our undergraduate education, not merely in our postgraduate education. So now we are working to revise our degree plans. We are going to introduce research projects or graduation projects as an integral component and mandatory component in our curriculum. We are also expected to incorporate research in our teaching in various ways. Secondly, as been pointed out from the ICWIS accreditation report and also from our dialogue with the industry and so on, that we need to be focused, that they want to see the college known for something. We are just not only doing research, but we need to be focused. We need to identify key research areas that are aligned with the industry needs in Oman, with our Vision 2040, and with our also capacities and capabilities and so on. So this is, we will be working on it there is a team will be working on it to channel our efforts to come up with focused research areas that will make our college distinguished in this regard. Thirdly, industry engagement in research. In the recent ICWIS report, accreditation report, they acknowledge that the college has achieved milestones in terms of research quantity and quality, in terms of curriculum development and so on. But they identified a weakness area, which is impact. The college is not really having the due impact, the expected impact in the industry. So to that, we have devised plans to develop partnership with the industry. Alhamdulillah, we have now signed number of agreements with key partners in the industry. So we have Oman Investment Authority, Central Bank of Oman, Oman Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Oman Airports, Petroleum Development Oman, and in the pipeline soon we'll be signing agreements, collaboration agreements with the OQ and NEMA and some others, Dr. Hafid also. So these will help us get closer to the industry and find research opportunities of collaboration with those partners. Fourth is international collaboration. For the sake of building good reputation internationally, we need also to expand on our international collaboration, particularly in research. So I urge you to always have somebody outside Oman that you collaborate with, so that this is going to be weighed in our academic reputation, and that would be reflected in QS ranking and other rankings, inshallah. And finally, as the chair of the peer review team who came to our college in 2021, put it, he said that as you grow, more is expected from you. So previously, we were struggling with the quantity for research. But alhamdulillah, now we are not struggling with the quantity. We have the quantity, but now they want to see us publish in the top journals. So particularly they mentioned that we want to see FT 50 publications coming from your college. So I think with our collaboration and events like this, we'll be able to formulate research groups, and we'll be able to come up with excellent research ideas that can be developed to publications in those well-reputed journals. So I don't want to take much time because we have some more interesting things to do today. In terms of new programs, we are now planning to introduce 2 PhD programs, inshallah. PhD in Economics and Finance and PhD in Operations and Supply Chain Management. So those already, the proposals have been developed. Thanks very much to our colleagues who dedicated their time and efforts to develop these proposals. And hopefully these programs will be offered in the next 2 years, inshallah. So this also will boost our ecosystem to generate more research and publications, inshallah. We also have a master in business analytics that's also in the making, and a proposal for digital economy that was requested from the top management of the university, that we should develop a digital economy undergraduate program in our college. So finally, I would like to take this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation first to our guest speakers and keynote speakers who accepted our invitation, and they are here today to share their insights and inspire our gathering with ideas and directives for future for research. Also, I would like to thank Professor Saqib's office and his team, excellent team, for organizing this event. And I would like to thank Ms. Ibtisam Al-Wahebi, our new Director of Administration, for selecting this venue, this excellent venue for us. And my also thanks and appreciation to our researchers who today will present their research working papers that will lead our discussions and collaborations today, inshallah. So we look forward to this event that will come up today with inspirations and motivation for better research, inshallah, and impactful research. Thank you very much, and enjoy the day.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Mukhtar, for your speech. Now it is my honor to introduce our main keynote speaker, Dr. Adil Al-Busaidi. Dr. Adil Al-Busaidi is the Director of Innovation and Technology Transfer Center in Sultan Qaboos University. Dr. Adil, as well, he's an academic and researcher at the College of Economics and Political Science. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Adil Al-Busaidi in the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Very good, very good, very good start. Thank you very much. Many thanks to the college for the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Mukhtar. Thank you, Professor Saqib, and the entire team for the kind invitation. I was given around 45 minutes to speak, but I will try, inshallah, to make it less than that. I was asked to talk about digital transformation. And I was thinking, what should I talk about digital transformation? It has been a very old topic right now. But then I thought maybe if I can talk about my own experience, my own pain, based on my few experiences in the Innovation Center. So today I will talk about that for the past 2 years. With the focus, because of digital transformation, but again, the focus will be in the governance process, governance, innovation, and collaboration. But before I start, maybe if I would like to ask you, what first comes to your mind when you hear the word digital transformation? Anybody can scream, I can hear you. Information system. It is a journey of moving from traditional way of doing business to a new way. Okay. Any other? Changing the entire business model, or it might lead to changing the business model. Great. Last one. Yes. Say that again. The automation process, very good. Thank you very much. For me, when I see the word digital transformation, I remember one thing. The first person in Oman who received PhD in e-governance. And we are lucky today to have him here with us, Dr. Hafiz. When it comes to digital transformation, at the end of the day, what we are trying to is value creation. You can see the slides, right? Okay, it's the value creation, but all of these words come: agility, business process re-engineering, digital tech integration, analytics, etc. But I would not go into details, technical algorithms, machine learning, etc. What I would focus only is my own experience and the pain that I struggle. So I would define digital transformation as a process of going through the pain that nobody knows. Even if you bring international companies, they would not be able to transform your business. You have to create your own process based on your own understanding. They can, the outside companies, they can sympathize with you, but they cannot empathize with your own challenges. So you will end up creating your own localized context, your own processes of that, the entire journey of digital transformation. I will just go overview general in Oman. There is a national digital economy program, and Dr. Mukhtar mentioned that there is new programs in digital economy, because overall digital economy is an umbrella. It's the big thing, and digital transformation is only part of that. The end of the day is to enable digital economy to create value, economic and social value. So there are many other initiatives. Government digital transformation program. Oman has invested 170 million Omani riyal for the entire program from 2021 to 2025. Next year will be the end of the program, just to enable digital transformation. And again, that digital transformation stems from the National Digital Economy Program. And there are many other programs, but today my talk will focus mainly on my own journey. So as you can see here, that the digital economy, the second layer from the top of the pyramid, that is the digital vision or the digital economy program that has its own, the third layer from the top. It has to do with the digital society, business digitalization, smart governance or government. We talk about smart governments, smart cities, but again, other countries, they're talking about cognitive cities and resilient cities that can learn and make human sort of like decisions. So that is so the digital transformation program is only one part of that, the entire digital economy. Part of that program is Manjab Labs. You have heard of Manjab Labs probably. Just to go quickly through that, it aims to simplify the government processes, and the goal is to simplify 1,731 government services procedures to re-engineer these services. I will just talk a little bit about the complexity of digital transformation in general, but then I will talk about my own complexities, not my center's complexities. Suppose that you would like to transform some or automate processes in your organization, and then you have 3 departments. Department 1, there are 3 employees. The second department, 2 employees. The third one is, there are 3 employees. Now, the workflow of the procedures has to be approved by the second department. Now, if you automate that, you may end up losing the second department. The big question is what you will do if you automate that. What will you do with the employees who are in the second department? Will you redeploy them? How you will do that is a very complex question, especially with the Omanization level. When I think OQ was founded and merged from other companies, Orpic, etc., only, I think, employees in finance, I think, if anyone from OQ can correct us, there were like 100 employees only in finance. Now 100, what you will do with them, You cannot have 100 in finance and accounting, you know. So basically, they had to reskill them, redeploy them to other places. But that is a big company. What about other organizations, the ministry? What you will do with them, especially not all of them are skilled labor. But let me tell you about one. This is general complexity as one of them. So that is one example of that pain that for the digital transformation. There are many good success stories, though. They went through their own pain. Government entities, you know, ROP, companies. PDO has a very good example. Before a while, we were talking in the table, like Jafar, it was one of the main founders, if you allow me to say that, and developers of what I consider, for me, is the best digital transformation in Oman. There might be others, but because they started working on Nibras, it was developed by PDO staff, for PDO by PDO staff, and later on it was commercialized as a spin-off from PDO. It became like Innovatic. Now they are not only solved the problems, pressing issues in PDO, saving millions, but also commercialized internationally. Now, we can go and talk about many success stories in the country, but for me, I will just talk about few things that I did. I will not talk about all of those things. I'll talk about few things that I experienced in the Innovation Center. I will talk about two cases as an attempt to adapt and enable digital transformation. Again, digital transformation is to create that value. But before I talk about these two cases, allow me to just to give you a little background. What is the Innovation Center? What do we do? What the kind of services we have? So the objective of the Innovation and Technology Transfer Center is to foster best practices in supporting the translation of research into value-added services and products. We have, right now, we have 4 departments, programs. The first one, programs and professional development, there is only 1 employee. Intellectual property and licensing, only 1 employee. Incubations and innovation department, there is 1 employee who was recently appointed. Industrial linkages, there is no employee. So basically, we have 3 full-time employees plus the coordinator, 4 employees. Myself and the deputy director are not permanent, so we are talking about 5 to 6 employees. But again, we are revisiting the center. We'll change, for example, industrial linkages into innovation commercialization, the programs and professional development to accelerator and entrepreneurship development. These are some of the outcomes that we have, again, because today one of the themes is industry-university partnership and collaboration. We have partnered with international companies, Canadian applied biological material. We have licensed our first IP, and we are very happy that it was the first international collaboration. Applied biological material is one of the well-known Canadian company that has medical applications. We have also licensed a patent, a local patent by a staff, because we help not only academics but staff and student as well, admin staff I mean. So that was the company Raed, it's in robotics and AI. We have also licensed one of the products in food to a local company. And last night, after finishing my class, I left the university at 8 p.m. discussing about commercializing one of our invention. We have 12 incubated team this semester. An invention is self-aware artificial intelligence system providing AI solutions to the first line of defense. So it is military sort of like invention. So what kind of ideas do we accept at the center? As researchers, we usually do the research at the first, as you can see, on the first column, row number 1. We evaluate and assess what we receive based on the technology readiness level. And there are 9 levels. The first 3 levels are starting from the idea. Usually the first 3 levels, basically the research, the grants that you receive, internal grants, to do more research to find the gaps, and then probably later on you take, you go beyond the research and you start thinking how I can actually do something more than a research idea. From ideation phase, then you decide to say, okay, I will create a proof of concept. Now that is the phase in which you move to the developmental stage from TRL 4 to 6. You may also end up creating a prototype. So the defense system, the military, they already have a TRL level 6. They have a prototype. It's a weapons without ammunition, of course. It is this much height. The deployment, that is the late stages where we try to find investor and deploy that to the market. So let me now tell you the challenges to serve the university. Because I'm serving all 9 colleges and 14 research centers, the center and the team. All of these research teams, we have to carefully support them, from humanities, environmental, life, health, industry-related, ICT, etc. Now, the challenge is that there are many research. Some of the research moved beyond TRL number 3 to a development stage. Now, as the center, we have to understand all the needs that are there. The needs that stem from not only from research grants, internal grants, HM grant, and IG, international co-fund, etc. All of these, there are some research ideas. So we have also to meet the outcome if they approach us. And we try these days to visit the colleges just to make them aware that we are here to support if there is any IP that comes from any research or from any university collaboration with the industry. Not only that, there are many facilities and labs. Yesterday morning, we met with the representative from the World Economic Forum. So he wanted to know about technology transfer. What are the right colleges? So we have to be familiar. So we presented about several centers. This one is from the Energy Sustainability Center, the Center of Information Communication Research. They have IoT lab. They have free open source software lab. So by doing those, we have to keep an eye what is happening in all other colleges, all other centers. Now here, before talking about digital transformation, imagine only in your own college, in your own center, in your own unit, you want to collect data from the departments. You want to know what is happening in other departments. How long does it take you to collect data? How long does it take you to receive data? How can you keep an eye what is happening there? It is really not easy. Now imagine we are talking about the entire university. So there is no centralized database to know what is happening, all other colleges. In the same college, actually, you cannot know what is happening in other departments. Within the same department, sometimes people work in silo. They do not collaborate. They compete against each other. For example, you can see in front of you embedded and interconnected vision system. That is a lab that was recently launched. And you can see, because our center, we always get guests from outside. Many other universities, public, private colleges, they visit together. What we do as to learn best practices, because we have everything. Intellectual property is well matured level. We help many others. The military, Ministry of Defense, actually, they also visit because they are planning to also create not only innovation centers, but the entire ecosystem of the innovation center. Which idea you should accept, what readiness level should you accept, how to file patent, etc. On the left picture, toward the left, you can see there is a small flying zone there of drones. And Actually, one of the plans that we already have a design of the innovation center, and one of the plans is to have very high flying zone of drones and other new technologies. So this is the energy center, the hybrid station. So all of this, the equipment now, because our role is technology transfer. Technology transfer is commercialization. Briefly, what it means is commercialization of the output of the research to benefit societies, to benefit the economy. Now, I'll just go, all of this, the equipment we have to be familiar with. And for example, I'll just give you an example. Out of the 12 incubated team, because one of the biggest challenges, I don't know if I ask you what is the challenge of innovation. Many people would tell you source of fund, maybe competencies. But based on my experience, the biggest challenge of innovation is the availability of test bed. We do not have test bed of many ideas. Good news, CBO, they have the sandbox, because as a test bed, not only to test the ideas, but as an anticipatory regulatory framework before it is approved by the regulation. One of the ideas, it went to a nearly mature level, but they were able to increase the protein of milk from the cows by 15%. But again, they wanted to test further, and the university only has a limited number of cows. And they are not ready to risk all of them. So we don't have test bed, as one example. Now, the question is, so we have Central Analytical and Applied Research Unit. So our students, the 12 incubated team, 50% of them more are into, their ideas are in wet labs. So they have to access, actually, Caro, other oil and gas companies, they send their samples for testing, chemical and biological tests. So university is, although the availability of test bed is really a challenge, but SQU is the best known available in the country, with several from College of Science, College of Engineer, College of Agriculture, and Medicine as well. You can see now the question here is, how can we have, as a center, we have to help and support all 14 research centers, as you can see here. Now, people visit us, they say, we want to invest in nanotechnology, but we need to know what is happening in nanotechnology. You want to see what is happening in other colleges. If you speak to the director, he will tell you, I'm new, I was just appointed. The previous director left. If you go to the Deanship of Research, they don't have all the details. So basically, the data is scattered. And so all of this challenge, I would tell you what we did to solve that. So we said, okay, we need data. Not any data, quality of data. If you can see, this is an example, the integrated value added dashboard. So I'll show you as a use case. Actually, it is live. So if you don't mind, I would kindly ask you not to take any photos, because maybe confidential to some extent. Can you see? Okay, so let me zoom. So now, you can see now this is a dashboard. We went back and we talked about digital transformation is not about technology. It's about added value. And later on, after presenting this, we'll talk about how it added value. You can see now, we started the first phase with only research centers. You can filter any research center there, and you can get the reading of that research center for the past 11 years. What is happening now? But I will tell you because digital transformation is paying, as I mentioned earlier, you can select per year, any year you can filter that. Now, the challenge is not about, as you can see, like last year, they had 177K, for example, the total grant they received. But again, it is not about the data. How can you collect the data? It's always a very big challenge. Then I will ask you how many committees it took us to do this. Then we go to the second one. You can see here are all types of research grants that per each research center, water research center, oil and gas, sustainability, environment, human research center, etc. And the grants are categorized by their categories. You can see all the research output. Let me tell you the pain. Each research center every year, during the National Day, during the University Day, during any visit of a guest, they send to the centers, please send us data, most updated data. How many research, how many grants do you have, how many collaboration and letter of understanding you have. It was a nightmare. But these days, they no longer do that. They have saved a lot of time. Even the last time, the University Day, when they presented, most of the data came from the dashboard. So now, how the data is entered, because we created a system, very smooth system. And now, if you can filter according to the college. You can see here, if I want to know, for example, the service to the field, who is editor, who is associate editor, we're talking about the media appearance, where do they appear? If this is an executive dashboard, if the administration see that one center, they are not doing well in media coverage, in visibility, they can see the gap right away, and the trend per years. Now, how many people we hired? Because whenever there is a research grant, we hire research assistants, trainees, a postdoc, etc. Now, the question here is about coming up with these parameters. How do you label them? There was no system at all. So we created a system. We did not rely on any company. It was locally developed. We can see the collaboration letter of understanding between the industry and academic, whether that collaboration is national, international, or others. Now, this is, of course, it's all automated. Now, why we ended up creating this? Because for us, as technology transfer, when we would like to transfer that technology, what we want to know where that new solution is. So by going to the dashboard, we know what is happening. And the question is, you remember from the main, the title page, it is innovation, collaboration, and governance. I'll talk about the governance, how we were able to sustain and make every center keep regularly updating the dashboard. Now, when it comes to collaboration, it's not only about industry and university, within the university itself. You can see here, for example, we know each water research center collaborates with which center and with which college. Where are the gaps? How to intervene? It is like social network diagram is here. We know what is happening. We know which center is isolated. We know where the ties are much more activated. Now, we know the collaboration, international collaboration. We know which countries we collaborate the most, whether in terms of letter of understanding, in terms of research. Now, even in terms of teaching, one thing, let me ask you this, how many times do we ask faculty, provide me your latest research? How many times do we, I think this is, actually this is a live, did you see the screen before? Because it reads directly from Google Scholar. I think I lost the connection. It reads directly from Google Scholar. I don't need to ask you, send me your recent research. And to do that is, as we just show you, for example, here, you can see the entire database. This one here, this is the database, by the way. It's example. Now, who is entering the data here? We created a system, a guideline, all the parameters, what types of research grants are there, the publication and their types, citations, types of collaboration, so it's a guideline. And from here, there are clearly steps. We created short videos and like 1-2 pages how they can enter data. Anyone can enter data because this one is a Google Sheet. Simple. We did not spend a lot of money. We spent zero money, actually. Now, with this one, everyone can enter the data, and it's actually validated. So we faced a challenge because we only had one Google Sheet. Other research centers would go and delete other people's data. So what we did, we created 14 different Google Sheets. And this is the master file. It only reads from other. So it's very, now, the question, now what are the, now for example, this one here, if you only put your Google Scholar, I get the most top 10 publications you publish. We only ask, we ask researchers, please keep updating your Google Scholar, and that's it. Simple. And we can get, we don't ask. We want to make their life much easier. So these are the most 10 from 2014. It reads directly, I just paste here, and then it populates your own entries. Now, what are the challenges of this? The use case of this, let me tell you, we have no employees in each center, no employees for data entry. No employees at all. Previous directors have already left, and we wanted data for the past 10 years. We want to integrate data sets from different centers with different mandates. Center of Omani Studies Research Center, they have different types of publication no any other center has. They call them issues. How do we put it in the entire, how do we integrate that new variable into existing well-fixed other variables? So it's a very complicated the data integration. But we were able to handle that. There was no allocated budget. The parameters that you have seen, no previous system, we created them, and we found discrepancies between the data we received from the research centers and from the Deanship of Research. They are the one who reward the grants and also the CR, consultancy research. Incompatibility, I mentioned this, no focal points, no trained, new system. So basically, if we brought a new system, there are many new systems, you know, Odoo can do that, you know, other ERPs, but this one was much easier for any stuff, any stuff to enter the data. It was very easy, and it has its own validation. So what we did actually, we created a process. We were able to make that digital transformation by creating a process. We integrated all different type of data. The training that happened actually was through only one 3-minute video, how to enter the data. That's it. And a guideline, how to get your URL from your Google Scholar, because some of them, they get the whole thing. And then just to allocate a focal point in each center. And let me ask you this, give a guess, how many meetings it took us to make this happen? Thank you very much, because you know me. No single meeting at all. No committees at all. Nothing. And now it is, the question is, how is it sustained? You can see now even 2014 data, you can get it there. To enable governance, it's very simple. From the DVC, directed that each director must put that in her IJADA KPI every semester. And the director cascade that to his team. So that is what we're able to, the value creation. Now, with all of these, so the point here is not about this, the digital, about the dashboard. It is about, we want to thank you. We want to, let's commercialize the inventions and innovations at SQU. In order to do that, we should know what is happening. The only way to know what is happening is by having data, and not any data, but good quality data. By doing that, the Innovation Center, since 2021 to last year, we were able to increase the revenues by 6-fold. Not only that, the dashboard, the one you see, resulted in renewing agreements. And the last agreement, actually, I was asked by one of the renewing fund that they like, because when the industry collaborate with SKU, some of the challenges, they say the reporting was not effective. So when they saw this, they liked it. And then now, because of that, it created that sort of like trust. Directors call us and they say it is very helpful because when we meet with clients, with the industry, we can promote easily our services. We can only filter our center. We can show our showcases. And they were able to attract funds because of that. Not only that, because all centers can see what other centers are doing, so it created a sense of competition. So now that is digital transformation. That is the value it created. We did not stop there. This is another final case, 2 minutes. It's also, hopefully, this is an idea that we implemented, and to give credit, that the idea was initiated first by Dr. Hafid when he was executive director at the Smart City platform. But again, it was rejected because the crowdfunding was not allowed back then. So we applied for internal grant. We got internal grant. We developed it further. And the idea is to create like a crowd fund, but internal crowd fund. A student has an idea, faculty has an idea, what to do. So let me show you a live demo. We have all the prototypes, the live demo, hopefully it will work. I don't know how my internet is, yes. Do you see this one? So it is the first prototype. Another digital transformation, but for us it is not about the platform. If you are a student, if you are a faculty, what we ask you, please come and create a project. Right now, we will connect it with Odoo, with all ERP, so you won't need to do that. You will have your SQ login. The research that you produce, the industry, for example, Firas, Jafar here, they cannot go to Google Scholar and read all the jargons. So at what we'll be asking the entire SQ community of researchers, please, we only want 1 minute summary, as if you explain to a 5-year-old child your output of research. And the entire platform, what it will be there, you want about IoT, you click on IoT hashtag, you will get all the projects. And then you get all the videos down here. So, for example, and you can raise fund. Now, what is the challenge of this? The prototype is there. Alhamdulillah, we floated the tender. We got 3 proposals, but we are waiting now for the tender committee to meet. The challenge of digital transformation is the following. It is about the governance. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Today, for example, you are an advisor, a PhD advisor. You are advising your student. Your student came to us, filed, disclosed his or her innovation, and wanted to file a patent. Do our search and then file a patent. Tomorrow, the advisor comes, but I supported. It was my idea as an advisor. What should we do? It happened. Another issue. We got a researcher, came to us, filed a patent. We did the art search. Then we found another researcher came to us, said, why did you do that? I was a co-author with him. Why he did not include me? If I tell you all these stories, I don't know. Okay. So we received not only that. So the question is, what is kind of the governance we should create? So that we created a committee to create a framework, a legal framework. What is the relationship between the student and the advisor? If that research is funded by a funding agency, what is the relationship with them? If that the university used, contributed with its resources, what is the relationship with the university? Now, that is a legal framework is not there. We have created a committee, they already finalized, we're waiting for the approval. Not only that, there is an invention, the last thing. Sorry, I took time, right? Kim Baqi? 10 minutes, Adi? So the other thing, once we commercialize the patent, now there's an investor. We don't know. There's no legal framework. So there is a committee created, chaired I think by Dr. Ahmed if he's here. The possibility if SQ is willing to enter initially as the first investor in that, before the research team go and find investor outside. That is not yet regulated. So the whole thing here, we have students that we advise them. These students, there is an advisor, a technician in the lab. The technician says, I helped the students to do the DNA mapping. I did everything. But why the student gets the investment, gets the patent, I don't get. So all of these, before talking about digital transformation, we have to talk about governance, and we have created many committees, unfortunately, but we have to do that. That is very important. And I think because of all of this, what we are doing right now, many presentations, they got the data from our dashboard. The data I will present now, most of them came from the dashboard. If you go to Deanship of Research alone, you won't get all the data. If you go to the colleges, imagine colleges, they got to know about their projects through the dashboard because we tried to trace down the data. So we can see even the partners that SKU has benefited other clients through consultancies, local, international, and all of these were not available in the past. All of them are here. The IDO was one of our clients at the Innovation Center. The Innovation Center did the due diligence for one of the projects. So all of these are clients. You can see now we have like a stock of all what is happening in other centers. So it is now, even the university, they get the data from the dashboard, of course, from other colleges and from the Deanship of Research. The research chair, nobody knew what are the output of research chairs. Now they are using this data. Of course, this is summarized in a nicer way, but it is all about having integrated data, good quality data, validated data. And you can see all of these you can see are presented the outcome of all this funded industry university collaboration. And that's it. And if you have any questions, I better stop here, otherwise I won't stop. Okay. Okay, يعني.
Thank you, Dr. Adil, for the keynote address. Now we will move to the panel discussion, moderating by Dr. Hafid. We have a distinguished panel of the forecasting collaboration between academia and industry. Dr. Adil Al-Busaidi, representative from SQU, Mr. Firas Al-Lawati, representative from Central Bank of Oman, Mr. Wadi' Al-Lawati, representative from Oman Tel, and Mr. Jayfar Al-Hanai, representative from Petroleum Development Oman, PDO. Please welcome to the stage.
دكتور عادل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Welcome again. In this panel discussion, we are thrilled to have distinguished speakers from the industry and from academia. Now we have 2 against 3 because we have 2 in academia and 3 from the industry. We are trying to bridge the gap between academia and industry, and we are trying to focus on what are the challenges of establishing, fostering a collaboration environment between academia and between the industry. I will skip the long introduction. Of course, Dr. Adil, there is no introduction for Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil, mashallah, he's a leader in innovation. Dr. Adil, he's an assistant professor of organizational communication, soon to be, inshallah, associate professor, inshallah, wishing him all the best. He's the director of the Center of Innovation and Technology Transfer. He has many capacity. He has worked in many capacity. One of the capacity nobody knows about. He used to be the instructor in the Royal Academy of Management here in Oman. Academy director. And he's also an affiliated instructor in the College of Thunderbird School of Management, which is in Arizona State University. We have also Firas, who's one of our alumni. He graduated from the Information System Department back in 2006, and he's now in the CBO, Central Bank of Oman. Firas, he's now the acting general manager of payment systems, and he's the leader in fintech, and he's one of the leaders who facilitated our agreement between SQ, represented by the college, and CBO in the area of fintech. We are also having Wadi Al-Lawati, who is half alumni because he worked with us and he taught some of our courses in the college, but he's from computer science background. I think he has an extensive knowledge in digital transformation. He's currently spearheading the business unit in Omantel, so I think he's looking after the marketing and digital transformation in the business unit. We also are thrilled by having Mr. Ghaifar Al-Hanai, who is working in PDU. He's also one of our alumni, graduated from our department, Formation Systems. He's currently leading real-time operations in PDU, and he has worked in many digital transformation. Please help me to welcome them all. Welcome to the stage. Now, I would like to start from whatever the Dean has emphasized about research. I think we should be focused as the direction we received, and also we have to have an impact. Now, for us to be focused on what kind of focus or which focus or niche area, we should align our outputs, our academia output. And when I talk about academia output, I think there are 2 main ingredients here: research output, and we have to align our graduate attributes to the industry need. In this sense, and this is a question to everyone here, who should lead? Academia should lead the innovation area, and the industry has to follow, or we should follow as an academic institution. We should follow the footsteps of the industry. I would like to start by asking Dr. Adil from his experience, who should lead the game? We'll start with you because you are next to me.
Thank you, Dr. Hafid, and that is a very good question. Who should lead? You should lead. It is not a question of who should lead, because it is not the question of either or. They should both lead and collaborate equally. Very simple.
Firas, I would like to rephrase my question. Usually they are telling us that we have to align our programs to the industry needs. Now, when we talk about the industry needs, which industry? Are we talking about the leading industry? Because the industry, there are different sectors. Are we talking about our local industry or the international industry, or it doesn't matter?
Thank you, Dr. Hafid. Feeling very proud to be coming back to the family that I used to be a student one day in this college. Well, I think just to also comment on the first question, I think I do agree with Dr. Adil. It's not about who should lead, it's more of a collaboration. So neither academia, neither industry can work alone. So we need to really have this sort of a linkage and collaboration between the two. And when it comes to the industry and the tech industry specifically, if I may say, Even the government, private sector, policymakers, regulators cannot work in isolation. We need to work in alignment with the international technology standards and industry, because we are not isolated. We are part of this world where we have to be part of this aggressive race. You know, technology is moving very fast. I remember I read one of the articles about the generative AI, which is the dominating AI, the new generation of AI. One of the research papers says it is one of the most fast game-changing technology in terms of adoption compared to previous technology we had, the generative AI. So we can't say like it is a local, rather than it's, I would say, a local with an international context and flavor.
Very good. Wadi', I think there is a view, maybe it's not a wide view, but maybe it's a partial view. The industry usually they views academicians as more into theory, less than in practice. Is this how do you view the academicians? And be aware of your answers, because we have a lot of academicians here.
Okay, first of all, thanks a lot for having me. It's a pleasure and honor, although I feel some kind of weird that I am surrounded with people who are alumni from the college, and I'm a kind of external person from computer science. Okay, so back to your question. If we talk transparently, if we talk honestly, this is what we see, or this is how the business usually treats the academia part, that these people are coming from purely theoretical background. They go into books, researchers, theses, these kind of things. Not to say that this is bad, but when you talk about the business, especially the business of the company that are into competitive kind of market, they need people who are ready. They need people who are ready to be deployed, adopted, go, start, implement, and execute, because there is money being paid for these employees, and they expect output out of it. So one of the challenges here is that since sometimes we see there as some kind of silos between the academia and the business, we feel that these people are coming, they need a lot of time to get adapted to the business environment. The way usually they get treated in college is totally different than the way they get treated in the business. I used to tell the students when I used to come to SQU that, guys, if you think that the life is pink, the life is as comfortable as you see it in the college, where you can get the results and go into, let's say, distinction level easily. Not easily, but of course, at least there are several ways. It is totally not the way in the business. In the business today, you are sitting idle. Tomorrow you have a work to the level in which you cannot breathe, you cannot even scratch your head. So this kind of difference in the mentality, in the mindset, creates this gap that, okay, for the business, the moment we see a fresh graduate, someone who's coming for a training, oh my God, he is a trainee, I need to spend time, I need to get him from the mindset of the academia to the mindset of the business. So yes, the question is yes, but there are different reasons, several experiences the business went through in which they have proved, unfortunately, that there is a gap in which sometimes they prefer to get someone ready-made, someone who is already having an experience, rather than investing into someone who just came from the academia, and they need time to get him adapted to the business market.
Thank you. Gayfar, do you agree on this? Do you see in PDO, do you see our graduates, they are not ready practically? And if yes, how we can bridge this gap?
I think, first of all, thank you so much for getting me into this panel. Maybe I'm not the right person, but I will try my best to contribute. I think a small differentiation that we need to make is between the technology providers and technology consumers. Taking an example of BDO, BDO is not a technology company, it's a consumer of the technology, will have no much interest in spending times and efforts with academia for a solution. Technology will help us as a BDO, for example, again, in the efficiency, but then spending the time for a long run research for a technology will not give us the anticipated value. Rather, we can buy it ready-made, proved by a technology provider. But from the other perspective, from social commitments, collaborations, and so on, big corporations are committed to fund, support, and research. But the point of view of academia, sort of more of theory instead of practical, that perception is to be frank.
Is there any way to bridge this conception or to solve it? Is it a healthy conception? Is it the fault of the academia?
I don't think so. I think it's the dialogue that we need to continue to build the trust. In some areas we may fail and the business will not see the fruit. But in some other areas there can be opportunities that can be unlocked by the academia where the business were not in that position.
Thank you. Dr. Adil, I think you can provide some success stories about when did academia really contributed to the industry. If you can shed some light on some of the good success stories where academia contributed to the industry positively and try to, let's say, clear this fog or clear the gap between academia and industry. So what are the success collaboration projects you have worked on in the center, and how that reflect on this mindset thing that we need to change between academia and business?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hafid. I think based on the experience of at the center, there are few success stories. So I think one of the success story is we had an IP that was filed in the US Patent Office. Then we renewed the IP, and then it was about to expire, but again we licensed it to a local company, and they already started selling their product in the market. So that is another collaboration between SQ and the startup. Another good example, maybe many don't know about this. I think most of you go and buy dairy products like Mazoon. Mazoon, before they started official operation, they spent literally 2 years at the university doing all R&D. And then the question is, why? I showed you several logos there of collaboration, local, UNICEF, Pfizer. The thing is that sometimes the university cannot go and publicize its success stories, maybe due to the NDA that was signed initially. And that another thing that needs to be revisited when people sign that. So, and other success story, the invention, if you go to the library, the cultural center, ground floor, you would see a patent that was filed in the US Patent Office. Now there's a prototype there regarding the bookshelves, the automated system. But again, the success of it, that it was given to a just started young startup company. So it was, for them, it was a big thing because they collaborated with SKU and it gave them that sort of like publicity. And they did that prototype.
Firas, I think you are part of the FinTech agreement we have signed between the college and Central Bank of Oman, and you are an integral focal point there. How did you see that benefited CBO in the first place, and how did that also, that benefits reflects our benefits here in SQ? What are the clear benefits you gain from that agreement?
I think I would say it's a mutual benefit in a sense that the Central Bank of Oman is utilizing the research skill sets and the expertise in the domain of research that the faculty is having in the college. I remember we had 2 case studies or 2 research papers that was contributed by the college, and it was part of our mandates to publish some study with some recommendations. So we wanted sort of a second or third eye on this research paper. It wasn't a research paper, it was a study paper that the board will need to take a decision about it. So the college has contributed through the working group, and the input, transparently speaking, it was really part of the study paper that we presented. So this is one side of the story. The second side of the story, of course, when we have this type of collaborations, we are basically trying to shorten the gap between the market needs, the demand, and the supply. And eventually it will help us in the financial and banking sector, being a regulator and policy maker, and being a government body that is pushing the financial sectors, the banks, fintechs, PSBs, and so on, to drive the digital transformation and support us in our digital transformation journey. We need resources, human resources. We need already skill sets. We don't want graduates who come to the market facing the reality, but that they have a good gap, a gap on what the market really needs. We need more specialization. So we think through this collaborations, introducing the fintech course in the college, having students, inshallah, to do an internship, this will all contribute to shortening the gap. And I think the university need to work more on this aspect, because it's win-to-win. The college will get the benefits, and us, we will get the benefits, and that will support us on reaching to the digital economy agenda, which is part of the vision. Also, one aspect maybe we can think of is to activate the industry advisory board. I think we need to have the technical industry part of curriculum review, not a one time, but continuously. And this is something we can also work on it. And there are many good experiences in Saudi, in UK, Singapore, where they have established an industry advisory board, collaborated programs, not only to make sure that the curriculum meets the market needs, but also in the research and development, funding, access to data, and the testing beds as well.
Thank you. Wadi, I think you worked in many digital transformation projects during the execution, you have appointed several companies maybe for the execution part, and sometimes you opted for some consultancy just to consult them on certain topics. Why, from your opinion, why you are not considering academia to be one of your consultants? Because I can assure you, this room is full of consultants in different domains.
For some reason, I don't know why the questions that are being asked to me
in your opinion,
are putting me in a threat between an audience of all researchers and esteemed doctors. Okay, so one of the reasons could be is that whenever we are looking for consultancy, whenever we are looking for digital transformation project, usually we look for the best practices globally. And we usually prefer the companies or the people who have hands-on experience or people who have already worked in such kind of fields. We don't say that the researchers or the academia doesn't have it, but when it comes to the companies who have already experienced that, what we say, they have their hand already in the dirt, or they are on the ground in the market, worked with several companies related to the company that I used to work or I'm still working in. We usually would prefer to go with these companies because they have the know-how. They have all the experiences, they learn from their mistakes, they went through struggles, challenges, opportunities, problems, different kinds of phases that resulted in having them at a stage that they can really help us. They can really bring their experience to help us evolve and move forward.
Fantastic. Okay, let's change the topic from the faculty to the students. Gayfer, in your opinion, you have been working in the industry for a long time now, and you have appointed several of our graduates. What key skills we should focus on, especially for business graduates? What key digital skills need to be focused on in the coming 5 years, in your opinion?
Okay. In my personal opinion, it is the critical thinking, the digital thinking.
What do you mean by digital thinking?
Digital thinking, people always think digital is the Internet of Things, it's the technology, the hardware, the platform. But I will echo what Dr. Adil said. It's the alignment, the cooperation between three circles. And I always take these three circles with me when I talk to people. It's the technology, the processes, regulations, laws, and people, the talents, the thinking, the way they. And I think for us as a technology or a digital receivers, we need more thinkers than doers, where they look at our pains and then come up with a solution to address our pains, or to unlock opportunities that I don't see. And that sort of, if we are in a position of technology or digital receivers, we don't look at it that we need to do the technology, we need to implement it, but we need to think digital. We can get providers to implement the technology for us.
Very good. I think I will quote him. He said, we need more thinkers than doers. So the execution, our graduates might start at the execution level. They might start as a programmer, but ultimately they will have to think about new solutions. And in this aspect, I would like to ask Dr. Adil. Dr. Adil, you have, mashallah, extensive knowledge in academia, research, and also in industry. And you don't? How we can ensure that our graduates will not be only doers, will be also thinkers in the workplace? What key skills and knowledge we have to equip, and how we can improve our curriculum to ensure that thing?
Oh, that is a very good question. I don't really have a clear answer because very difficult. And I think Jafar said it, critical thinking. And I think to have that skill, to be thinkers, that is the only thing you need, because we should not talk about our students having digital skills or what so-called future skills, because future skills do not exist. Only emerging skills exist. And with the new generation, they are born normalized to these new skills, digital skills by default. And the only thing that will be highly demanded is that critical thinking, analytical skills. These skills cannot be learned without emphasis on changing curriculum entirely to make the students read. So number one is reading, 2 reading, 3 reading. The only way our students can be critical thinker. So the only way is critical thinking is a way of where the students can connect the dots. And they cannot connect the dots if they don't know the dots. The only way they will get to know the dots is through ChatGPT, which is that great, but the question we don't know, although ChatGPT and generative AI can help to, enabling critical thinking, but again, they should also focus on reading, not only the modern, but the classics as well. I think reading the classics also, because intellectual ability never changed through century. Today, if I give a small example, if we talk about the new, let's say, does that mean I have to stop?
No.
Okay. So if we talk about the current literature, the research that is published in 2022, 2023, you can see the same ideas have been packaged since the Greek philosophers, whether hedonism, whether well-being. If you go to Aristotle, we talk about eudaimonos, which is like well-being and welfare of people. So everything is there, have just been repackaged. So I would suggest curriculum to teach students the classics.
Very good. Your view?
I think I wouldn't disagree with whatever my colleagues have highlighted, but I think, yes, critical thinking, the skills on how to identify the problems, trying to analyze the problems, and then finding the right solution. And very, very important is the communication skills. It is your entry point for either a job, when you seek for a job. The first thing you need after passing the exam is what? Is interview. So you need to have a proper communication skill for you to be able to prove that you are competent for this job. Or if you go through the entrepreneurship path, again, for securing an investment or trying to sell your idea, you would require your communication skills. Don't wait to gain critical thinking, communication skills, analysis skills after you join a job. Just build it from now. Build it from now, because, and how you can build it, believe me, today you have a great platforms, whether online, whether attending conferences, building connections, through the college, being part of, organizing. I remember in our days, the Business Society, the ISS Day. Believe me, these things help you to build the right skills that the market needs: communication, negotiation, building the networks. You know how to, to build all these or bridge all these gaps. Looking into one of the World Economic Forum, they were talking about the 5. Of course, there are more than 5, but I would like to highlight the 5 or the few top jobs that the market needs in the next few years. Data analytics, data science, business processes, digital marketing, artificial intelligence. So if you can see that all of these 5s has tech. I'm not trying to promote technology because this is my background, but believe me, today in every sector you need to have the tech understanding and tech skills, and that's every job required today. So don't say like I'm an accountant or I'm a finance or I'm an operation management, I don't have to put efforts. No, you need to put efforts. You need to be strong enough, capable enough in the technology part. So the market, that's what the market needs today. FinTech, it's about financial technology. RegTech, it's about regulatory and technology. Health tech, it's about health and technology. So every sector would need these types of skills.
Wadia, can we afford not to be technology oriented? Are there any discipline now in the world which is not using technology? So if all the disciplines and majors are using technology, how we can ensure that technology will be embedded in our curriculum in academia?
If you ask a tech person not to work on technology, then you are simply killing him, or you're telling him that, you know what, go through the time machine all the way back to the 70s, 60s, 50s, or even to the ancient world. So we have to admit that technology became an essential part of our life. Now, next to me is Faraz, CBO. We are talking about the tokenization of the card. So tomorrow, even the wallets, the thing that we used to check in our pocket before we leave, we don't need that because everything is going to be in our phones. What we need to do is that to adopt more of technology into the academic curriculums in the way that they use things in practical way. We can still go through the curriculums, researches, books, exams, quizzes, and everything, but at the same time, they need a kind of a hands-on experience. Be it in a lab, in which you bring the technology and you ask them to work on these technologies to become a master in it, so they are ready for the market, or through a kind of a collaboration between the market, the industry, and the academia. On-job training is one of the aspects, but again, I can see that for the on-job training, and I believe most of the audience here, if not all of them, would agree that whenever it's come to the on-job training, it's a nightmare for the coordinators of the department, because they used to call all the companies that please take, we have 2, 3, 4, 5 students that needs to be trained. Now, there are several cases in which the companies would get these students, they will really benefit from them, teach them, foster them, and then get them back to the academia ready with some kind of knowledge about the business. But there are cases in which they will throw them away. They will come, read newspapers, or drink tea, coffee, roam around, chit-chat here and there. It is done. They are leaving. So this kind of collaboration between the business, between the academia, on having a hands-on training, working on the real problems. For example, for me, I remember back in 2006 or 2005 when I worked on my final year project, it was about digital library. Now, I remember I spent days and nights working on the coding, on the programming, on the prototype of it. But after that, when I left, it was kept on the CD, on the floppy disk at that days, in which they kept it in a table. God knows, maybe they have thrown it. And I haven't benefited from that. So having these kind of beneficial projects, something that can really benefit the company that is working with these students, will definitely make a difference. I did that in one of the government entities I worked with. I used to get students and I used to give them things that we really need, to show them that yes, you guys are not here just to finish 2 months of training and going back just for the sake of passing this curriculum. In fact, you are doing something that will definitely add value to the organization you are being trained in and getting the value out of it.
Kaifer, I will end with you before we leave the room for the audience if they have any questions. Artificial intelligence, generative AI. How do you think this new phenomenon, it's not new, but new advancements in this technology will shape the workplace in the future? And how should academia react to that changes? Should we run and jump on the bandwagon, or we should just pause and just watch the world around us till we are sure what to do?
No, maybe let me start throwing the question back to you on the artificial intelligence. And I came across a research paper. The researcher said it is not artificial intelligence, AI, but it is IA, intelligence augmentation. That's what he said. So you academia need to help us on the definition. But then coming back to the practical terminology part of it, either you ride the train or you will be left behind. I think that's the main.
So it's not a choice anymore.
It is not. It is not. The world is moving rapidly, and I think if you keep watching, you have to start somewhere. And it cannot be a revolution. It is an evolution where you need to embed it as a culture of thinking digital, looking at all these solutions, because competitors will get it and then you will struggle to catch up because it will keep evolving. And
how should academia react to these advancements?
I think collaboration, but also communicating more. Honestly, myself, I am not connected to the academia a lot, but it will be more helpful for the industry to hear from the academia what are the new trends, what are the emerging technologies. Not as a technology itself, but where it can be applied with use cases that will open the eye to the opportunities that industries can take.
Thank you. I think we still have room, few minutes. If you have any questions, we can end in 3 minutes. So if there is any question, please. Dr. Faris.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, panelists, Doctor, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'll be a bit harsh, and I'll say something. I think the problem, or al-qusur, is on both sides. Let's start with our side. Most of the universities in Oman don't act like think tanks, think centers, are not yet operational, and has not developed into doing what the industry expects. But what the industry expects is way too much. So the average graduate is required to have 2 years of experience. You can't pull that out of a hat. The industry has to train people. But the industry doesn't have the time to think and do the research. It's looking for solutions because they are pressed. Stakeholders are pushing them, shareholders are pushing them to make money, and they want to grow and succeed. So we have a dilemma here. It's a paradox in a way. But since the dawn of universities, universities always have liberty of time to think and develop that businesses don't have. They don't have time to develop. That's why we have think tanks, universities, training centers. So I like the idea of think digital, and we need more thinkers than doers, but we can only do so much without collaboration. I agree with that. But I think in Oman, let's be very specific, with our college, that's our domain. When we approach business, business always wants ready-made solutions. They're not willing to be partners in discovery. What we need to be partners in failing so we can succeed. And I know PDO does a lot of that, and OQ does a lot of that in general. But all the other parts of the industry, they're just risk averse. If you want to advance the wheel of knowledge, you got to take risks. And these risks involves everybody losing and everybody winning. It can't be one party or the other. You're in this together. And with regards to training, I think the industry needs to take it more seriously, because frankly, the number of students that we send out and the number of bad reports we get is horrendous. There's something wrong with the process. But on our end, as our dean mentioned, we are introducing programs. We are introducing new ideas based on feedback. But it seems like the industry is spoiled. They just want ready-made solutions. To develop Oman, to achieve 2040, the vision, we all need to work together. And we need to be serious about how we categorize our role. It's not one or the other. I always say it's one ship. We all have to row in the same direction. So yes, we have our shortcomings, that we are a bit laid back. We are not as current. And that's on our part. And that's why we have this research day today. But I also expect businesses to be more humble with their requests. I can't give you a ready-made solution. So for example, the research that you did for your graduate product, it's very critical. Your project, your output, will never be employed by anyone in any system. But what you learned, those skills, that character building exercise of doing a project in itself is a gain for you and the company and the country. So I understand that maybe the business sees that what we do is not directly relevant, but we are not there to train the employees to be a 100% fit with every industry sector. It's impossible. But what we do is partly build character and partly build the knowledge and the skills. So when they integrate, it's easier and a smoother experience. It's never going to be perfect. But at the same time, we should start to think as universities, how can we be faster, on our toes, and producing research that is relevant? But our research is never meant to give you the entire steps that Dr. Adil mentioned right away. We are focused on the first 3 steps of the technology transfer situation. And that's where universities do best. But then the other steps, 4 onwards, is where the collaboration has to happen full force. Therefore, think tanks, universities, and researchers and consultants, they're never meant to do the entire process alone. But we do the work that you're not willing to spend time and money and other resource on, because you're pressed. You're right, you are pressed on time. So I think what we need to do, so I'll sum this up, we need to redefine the roles, then we set the governance and collaboration. And then all the stuff that makes this happen, the technology, the people, the training, will go hand in hand. So I think that realignment needs to be done for us to achieve what we want. It will never be perfect. As you mentioned, sir, that things are going so fast. You barely on your job wake up and catch up with what you have to do, because every day there's something fast happening. Imagine what we have to do. And it's very challenging for both parties. So realignment before collaboration, in my opinion, is an extreme must. Thank you.
Great comment, Your Highness, mashallah. Do you have any comments? It's not a question, but this is his observation.
I think, Your Highness, Dr. Faris, you put the right, I would say, explanation of the current situation. I would like to add one thing here. I think we need to also, adding to your point, to set priorities. We have the Oman Vision 2040, and it is very well structured, very clear. We know every 5 years what is our focus. So why we don't really put the research or whatever efforts by the industry or academia to match or align with these priorities, the programs that we have every 5 years. And I have a question in mind. When the college is doing the research, the 184 research paper, based on what the topic was decided, is it based on the market? Is it based on the preference? Or is it based on the Amman vision? I don't know, but this is something we really need to consider. Because we might do a lot of research papers, not here, but around all educational institutions, but they are not very much sync or aligned or relevant to the agenda of the country, or the priority, I would say, of the country, or the market needs and so on. Second thing, I think we need to work more on the collaboration with the technology industry partners, like what other countries is doing. You see X universities tying up with X company like Microsoft, Alibaba, Accenture, and so on. And they invest together. Maybe they invest with their resources and fund, they invest with their resources and with the fund, but they're clear about the agenda, what I want to achieve. So I think this is adding or complementing what His Highness have highlighted. Thank you so much.
Can I add something?
1 minute. I'm sorry.
1.5. Okay. Just to comment, Firas said a very good point. That is, we do research, but again, there is lack of alignment with the industry. But the question is, it is the alignment itself. For example, how can we align, knowing that? Let me talk about the 4 bad guys. There are more than 4, but the first one is the fear. When the industry collaborates with the university, they have fear of failure. And why I'm saying that failure, because I think His Highness mentioned that the learning process, like your graduation project, is like let me focus on the innovation. It is not about the final product, the innovation. It is only mapping of the idea between the problem and the solution, and between the problem of the solution, there are a lot of learning are happening there. A lot of experimentation are happening. So the first bad guy is that the fear of failure. The second thing, when we collaborate with the industry, they want immediate result. And because they are with their own pressure, that is immediate result cannot be achieved. We talk universities R&D, research and development. And the third bad guy is that they would like, especially when they collaborate in research, they would like the final deliverable, the outcome, to be something breakthrough that would change the history of the world. They always have that high expectation. And the final one is that they're not willing to take risk. So the question is, how can we align our own direction with the industry? And that is the point I would go back to. It is only when the government changes its policies, because Jafar, his first answer, talked about whether technology consumer or provider, or meaning that the industry in Oman, mainly they are market pull. We need like technology push, very big research centers like let's say Palo Alto Research Center, in which they push the market into the industry, they disrupt the needs of the industry, they create new needs. This is what the education institutions need to do.
Thank you, Dr. Adel. I think we have room for one final question from Prof. Saeed.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hafid. First of all, I totally agree with Dr. Faris, whatever he said. I think when it comes to the alignment from the discussion, there are 4 themes. The quality of our graduates, that's mainly in teaching, research, whether it's basic or applied research, consultancy, and training. Dr. Faris said, I have to be harsh, but I will not be as harsh as he is. But, sometimes also the industry does not know what they want. I'm telling you from my experience. I was the dean, and where I went to the industry, and the industry in here, government institutions as well as selected companies, those are big employers of our graduates. And asking them a very simple question: what are the weaknesses of our graduates? All of them, They were praising our students, all of them. One of them emphasizes only on the technical writing, okay? So it is not the knowledge of the specialization, it is just the technical writing. So whenever you discuss with them what are the ways of improvement, they don't know what is required from us. And Firas, you recommended to have like advisory boards. We do have advisory boards, you know, from departments level to the college level and so on. But sometimes we are getting a good feedback, you know, within some of the departments. But some of them from the industry, but they are not giving us a good feedback, what is required from us for the improvement. This is also an issue. So don't blame the academia. Yes, maybe in the research, we are viewed as a basic research rather than applied research. But when it comes to the training, for example, of students, also students are struggling with many companies. Maybe some of the companies, they are, of course, adding value to the students. But many students are also struggling with the companies in terms of utilizing their time to get a new kind of experience in the industry. So yeah, I agree with the Highness. We should be thinking about collaboration rather than just with immediate, you know, result. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Saeed. I think we don't have more room. I'm sorry. Unless you have one final comments, just keep it very short. Thank you.
Yani just to add on all the discussions from His Highness Dr. Saeed and from everyone else, one of the key things that we are lacking here, and I re-emphasize on it, is that the trust between the academia and the business. Now for me, if I don't look to the academia as a partner, no matter how much I will work with them or how much the feedback of me is important for them, I won't give them that much because I don't see the value of it. I don't see the trust into it, or sometimes, you know, we, especially Omanis, are kind-hearted in a way that we don't want to be harsh, or we don't want to break the ties between the business and the academia. So we used to be polite, okay, you don't need anything, you don't need any kind of improvement. Because of this lack of trust and because of this lack of the feeling, the importance of it. This is one thing. Second thing is that what Firas was saying, that when we see the global universities collaborating with the global players like Microsoft, Oracle, now those are the countries and the organizations that are innovators. Those are the companies that are building technologies. We are unfortunately we are consumers. We get it ready. So if we can find a way in which we convince the business, or we show the business that, okay, don't treat the academia as a center of research or a kind of a factory that produces people that are willing to go to the market to work. Look at the universities as an R&D center. Look at us for things that you need to build in the future. Now I'm talking about Omantel. We are working in the 5G. And we have a lot of researchers. We are looking at to see how can we implement and adopt the 5G into the daily work of people and the business of the companies around Oman. So if we can build this kind of trust, this kind of collaboration between SQU and Omantel, that okay, for the 5G, if we can have curriculums and we can have some specialized R&D that really work on use cases, things that we haven't even thought about, because they always say, if you want to fix a problem that exists in your organization, don't depend on the mindset you have, because they will always look at the problem from one angle. Get someone from external, someone who is having a neutral kind of a background or neutral kind of mindset. He will be able to get the results of the issue that it might have taken years for the organization unsolved, but having someone coming from outside, especially from the academia background, will definitely be able to help it maybe in a short period of time.
Thank you all. Okay.
Less than a minute.
Okay,
if there is somebody to be blamed in this, it's Dr. Adil. You need to create the ecosystem to connect.
There is no blame. There is no blame.
I mean,
we work together.
I would love
Collaboration,
to
nobody wins.
see an ecosystem that connect industry and academia, at least at the strategic and tactical level. Leave the operational level, but strategic and tactical, where we can collaborate based on a mutual agreement of win-win, and there is no rush, I would say, and there is a room for failure. That where we can and put the strategy for us.
Yeah, and just getting away from the blame game, I think nobody wins here. I think without collaboration, nobody can win. We need to collaborate with the industry to align our outputs to the industry, and the industry, at the end, our outputs is coming to you. So unless you collaborate and reach out to the academia, nobody will win. Thank you so much. On your behalf, I would like to thank Gayfar, Wadi', Firas, and Dr. Adil for their distinguished remarks, mashallah. Thank you so much. Time for break. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
البوسعيدي Mr. Jayfar Al-Hanai, فراس اللواتي، وديع اللواتي، and دكتور حافظ الشحي. Thank you, Your Highness. Before we take a short break and refreshment, I would like to invite Dr. Nizar Ahmed to the stage for the faculty experiment.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Saqib and Dr. Mukhtar for letting me intervene this very, interesting event. So actually, I found this an opportunity to do a demonstration experiment. And also, the technologies I will be using in this experiment are digital technologies. So it is also relevant for us. So this is an experiment which has been done in many different settings and many different places. So for participating into this experiment, first I will be asking you a few questions to warm up, and then we will continue with the experiment. So can you please scan this code, or if you can write VVox into your internet browser in mobile phone, and then it will ask you for the meeting code, and you can give this meeting code. Otherwise, if you can scan, it is easier. And once you scan it, you will be taken to this screen here. You should be waiting for the questions. Yes, I will come to it. And one thing about this technology, I want to tell you that this is very, very interactive way of communicating with your students. It's a very good program which you can use in your presentations and ask students, about their previous lecture, if they understood the topic or not, and then you get feedback about their understanding. So this is very, very good technology if you want to use them in your teaching. Okay, so let me bring the first question. This is a warm-up question. The real question will come in a moment, where you can also win some prize. Okay? So my first question, I can see 29 participants are there. My first question is, have you used this VVox before? You can now choose the option from your devices. Okay, so let us see. Okay, so many of you haven't used it, but you see it's very simple technique or simple technology which can help you in your teaching. I always get very good feedback from my student after when I use this technology. So my next question, just to warm up your brains, can you tell me which table is longer, this A or this B? You should be able to choose from your devices now. Which one is longer, B or A? Okay, so let me show you the results. Actually, they are exactly the same. Okay? If you don't believe me, let me show you. Do you really need a third choice? It was very clear decision that A was looking. You see, this is B, and now I bring it here. This is exactly the same. Okay? So this is just to show you that our brain sometimes cannot, make a difference, right? The things. But I'm asking, did you really need an option, third? Because it was very obvious that A looks much longer than B, right? Maybe. Okay. Okay, so let me. Let me ask you another one, right? Do you need a third option also? Now my question is, which one is darker, A or B? The color of A and B? No, not the font, the box. The box A and B. Okay, so you know the answer already because you are all very smart. That is fine. So still, some people rightly said that A is darker, looking darker than B, but actually they are same. And if you want, I can show you. Okay, so now I will move this A close to the B, and I'm not doing anything else. Is there any difference? They are exactly the same. Okay? Because this is some.
The dark A is still there. The dark A is still there.
Yes, but the psychologist can explain it. Sometimes our brain cannot distinguish between if you present it differently. So anyhow, let's come to the real experiment. Okay, so let me explain you the rules of the experiment, that each one of you has to choose a number between 0 to 100. Okay, this is first thing. And then we will calculate the average of that. Whatever you are saying, we will take the average of all the numbers we receive. Okay, and then we will take 2/3 of it. Okay, we will take 2/3 of the average of all the numbers you submit, and then the winner will be the person who is 2/3 to the average. The winner will be the person who is close to the 2/3 of the average. The person being closest to the resulting number wins. And there is a prize. So now you have some incentives, maybe not enough, but some incentives to guess it. And you know, when we do this experiment in experimental lab, then people are not allowed to talk to each other. But it's fine if you can have a little bit of discussion. If several people are equidistant from this average, 2/3 of the average, then the prize will be distributed equally, and all other people will get coffee. Okay, so now I'm going to show you how can you respond. You can respond with your number by scanning this code using a Google form, and then you give your number. There is a Google form. You have to write down your full name, and then you write the number you want to guess. Sorry? This is done. Well, no need for that. You just, this is different. Yes, you can close that. This is a Google form where you have to write down your name and also the number. And how much time you need? 1 second, okay. You have to think about it. Are you able to do it now? Okay, done. Okay. So we can take a break. If you are done, we can take a break, and after the break, I will show you the results. Okay? Okay, so before showing you the winner, I can just explain you this game a little bit. And actually, you know, this is not just a game where you just give a number. There is a theory behind it, and this experiment has been done in many different settings and in many different universities. So basically, this is actually to test whether people behave rationally in a strategic situation or not. Okay? So I ask you to guess a number, and the winner will be the one who is closest to the 2/3 of the average of all the numbers, right? So when you are choosing your number, you are not just guessing your number, but you are also guessing what other people will be doing, right? So let's suppose if you thinking like this, that everybody will be writing 100, right? If everybody writes 100, then the average is 100, and 2/3 of the average is 67, right? So the best strategy here would be to write 67. But now, if you believe that other people are also rational like you, so they will also be thinking like you, right? So if everybody thinks in the same way, then nobody will be giving a number more than 67, right? So if everybody thinks one step ahead and everybody writes 67, then what is the winning number? Winning number should be 2/3 of the 67, right? Which is 44. And then if everybody is thinking like you are thinking 2 steps ahead, right? And then everybody writes 44, then what will be the average of 2/3 of 44? It will be 30, right? And then you continue, and you continue like this. You are calculating, you are bringing the average down because that is the best strategy. And actually the game theory is actually telling us that the Nash equilibrium of this game is 0. you will be better off, or your best strategy should be to give a 0 number here. And why? What do you need for this to reach to 0? You need individual rationality, but also you need that there is a common knowledge about rationality. And this is what we assume in game theory, that people are rational. They are making rational choices, right? And it will lead us to 0 number, which is the Nash equilibrium. But now let us see what we have. But before showing you our results, let me show you this experiment has been done in Denmark in a big newspaper, Political, and they invited everybody to participate in this game. And the gift or the prize money was big money. So they asked people to give your number. Okay? And this is the distribution. There were around 19,000 people participated in the guess, and the average was 32, and the winner should be close to 21, because 2/3 of the 32 is 21. And then, this is the distribution. You see, very few people, maybe only 2% people came to the Nash equilibrium, which is only 2%. And if you look at here, some people were giving more than 67, they were, which cannot be a winning strategy, right? And then you see some spikes here, which are telling you that how many times people are thinking that they are rational. What are their expectations about other people, if they are rational or not? And if you look at the averages in different universities, Wharton, the average was 40. In Caltech, UG, the average is 30. The average from, if it is done on PhD economics, it was 25. And CEO, average was 40. So this, you see how far we are from rationality here. And then this is our result. And you see here, it's all over the place. I don't know if you thought about it strategically, how to guess this number. But anyhow, this is the result from our experiment. And now I'm going to show you the winner. The average from this audience is 49. Far away, which is like a random guess, right? Far away from rationality. 2/3 of this is 32.88, and actually there are 2 winners. One is Dr. Sami, and then there is one more person who wrote 33, but he didn't write the name. So I don't know who want to be. You want to share? Okay, so Dr. Sami, you are the winner, so we can give you some. Please come here. This is your reward. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nizar, for this experiment.
And I will be organizing more experiments after Ramadan to test different theories.
With cash or without cash? Of course, with cash. Okay. And welcome back from the break. And now we are excited to hear from our talented faculty who will showcasing their research through engaging a presentation. We will start with Dr. Ibtisam Al-Wahabi, the head of Business Communication Unit. Dr. Ibtisam, you have 8 minutes, including the A and Q session.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so because I have only 8 minutes, so I'm trying to use the whole 8 minutes in my presentation. So this is me. I am Dr. Ibtisam Al-Wahabi, Head of Business Communication Unit. And in today's presentation, I'm going to highlight our research as a unit and future research. So Nasser, should I just click here? Okay, so, okay, I'm starting. As you're aware, communication is a multidisciplinary topic. And we, in the business communication unit, we are coming from different disciplines and different backgrounds. So it is expected that our research is going to be also from different backgrounds and disciplines, but they are all coming under the umbrella of communication. So on the coming slide, this is just Vicky. I'm talking about our research, so she's at the back there. So as you can see, we are into three, where our research is under three main research areas: social media and communication, and it is mostly about my research, and my team's research is about ethnography and socio-cultural anthropology. So we had a series of papers, and all of these papers were about socio-cultural anthropology and communication in the Bedouin societies. So I'll highlight the recent, my recent publication, which is about socio-cultural anthropology. Okay, so for the people who are not aware of what is ethnography, we're doing ethnography. Ethnography is a thick description of any culture. And to be an ethnographist, you have to be part of that culture, to have an insider look, and to highlight the micro elements of communicative acts. And because I am from this culture, which is the Bedouin society in Oman, so I've been doing a lot of field research and ethnography, and we produced a series of papers, and one of them was published last year, and two of them published this year, and one to come. So I'm going today just to shed light on one of the papers, which is about, I'm leaving this slide to the end. So this is our research. As you can see from the photo, it's a camel ownership as a passage to adulthood in Omani Bedouin culture. So in this research, we are suggesting that children who are living with camel and they're training camel, they have a faster passage to adulthood. And to be able to reach this conclusion, we done ethnography, and we collected data from children living with the camel, and then we came up with these results. This research was published in in a Q1 journal. So I'm saying the life and the life and culture of the Bedouin community in Oman is centered around camels and activities related to camel. And keeping of camel is seen a key feature of Omani cultural identity. The Wahibi families consider camel racing as a main source of income. And camel training is a highly prestigious occupation for Bedouin people, and the trainers are well paid, and this is applicable to the people in Saudi and Qatar and United Arab Emirates. So we suggest that proximity to and contact with camel from an early age helps camel owning Bedouin children to navigate their journey more smoothly from childhood to adulthood. We did actually how we collected this data. It was informal conversation for a full year, and as I said earlier, it's ethnography. It's a thick description and immersing ourselves in this society, and then coming up with themes and then analyzing these themes. So we came up with a number of themes, and we have transcribed them using CCM method. Okay, the conclusion. Okay, so the findings suggest that children demonstrate higher level of cognitive and emotional maturity and seem to socialize and become integrated into the community more easily compared to their sibling who don't own camels. For example, children who are living in the city, playing PlayStation and other video games. Owning a camel also helps a child to stand out and gain popularity in the community, which contributes to formation of self-reliant individual. So one of our conclusion is knowledge production and academia is being hegemonically dominated and analytically distorted by the West. In order to develop a more nuanced perspective, it is imperative to present and explore research results that originate from outside the Western world and are presented and analyzed by local scholars who can speak for those results. This article is an attempt to do just that and fit into the broader attempt to rethink post-colonial academia and research. So just to be, just to put you in the loop, this is some of the pictures of children and their activities around Camel. And this is in alignment, this research is in alignment with Oman Vision 2040, because one of the pillars is citizenship, identity, and national heritage and culture. Also, this research is in alignment with the 10th Year Development Plan, which is the Omani and the society scheme. So we are, by doing this research, we are preserving culture and heritage. And now we have further research where we're looking at more entrepreneurial orientation in this culture and to how to commercialize this, this knowledge from this culture. As they said, it's only 8 minutes, so I'm going to show you a short video of the data collection process. And then I can just, okay. So Nasser, I always need the help of people with technology, so I'm not emerging with technology as expected. Okay, so this should go first. So this is our current paper, which we're talking about current identity, Omani identity, and how children of these societies use identity to preserve this culture and to show more of themselves. So, see, Nada, it's less than 8 minutes. So I'm just, I'm happy to answer your questions in case you have any question. Dr. Faris.
From your study, what makes camel herding and ownership a more persistent? I noticed a lot of young people deserted fishery, although it makes money.
Yes.
And it is a respectable job anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people, the old crafts have sort of disappeared. They're coming back slowly.
Yeah.
Camel herding and ownership be very structured, in the identity more than other crafts and professions.
Yeah.
Could you shed a bit of light? Because you've dug deep into the lifestyle.
Yes, thank you very much for this question. Yes, preserving this culture requires a lot of activities, and preserving the camel culture and the activities around this culture requires a lot of attention. So from the society itself, it's more than just an identity. It's more, it's ancestors' identity. I think one of the reasons is the support from the near countries, for example, Saudi Arabia and Qatar and United Arab Emirates. They shed light and they have a lot of support for this culture. That's why people they are still maintaining this culture. Plus, there are other cultural folklore and acts, which is a further paper that we are trying to highlight. So it's different disciplines, different pillars from that maintain this culture and kept it as it is at the moment. Thank you for your question.
Thanks for that, Doctor. Very interesting topic. I'm just curious, since you've linked to 2040, how are you able to weave a story out of the different papers you've done? We've heard earlier in the panel that we're very academic. Well, you're very academic. I haven't been that good with it. But how do we weave a story from this that makes sense not only to decision makers but communities as well? that they're able to, so some of this is going to find its way into the Arabic language? Is it going to be communicated through means that reach the target audiences, including the community? On a personal note, you were in that video, weren't you? Yes. Yeah, right. I've noticed, طبعا المخاشم is part of the culture. Just enlighten me, is it acceptable for women and younger men to also greet that way, or is it something? Yeah.
Yes, it depends. If I am a real Bedouin woman who are not an outsider, because I perceive myself as an outsider now at the moment. So if I'm a real Bedouin woman, mkhasham is fine. Although it's against the Islamic religion. But now the circle is narrow, so it's only cousins and relatives. In my case, they are children, so and they're my cousins. But I think I have received a lot of feedback from Instagram. So how come this person is khashim? So khashim means greeting using nose. So yes, thank you for answering this question. But again, the answer is it depends. How Bedouin you are.
Okay.
And by the way, Dr. Victoria is my partner in this research. She is my outsider look, and she is influencer, and she asks questions. It seems like, for me, it's a common sense. But to do ethnography, you need someone who asks a question that takes you out of that common sense to something that makes sense. So thank you, Victoria. Any questions? Yes?
So thanks a lot. I will ask a methodological question. So you are looking at camel ownership, but I think it also requires a certain level of income to provide a camel to your child. So maybe when you are measuring that, are you controlling for like level of income? So is your methodology? I'm not familiar with that methodology, so that's why I'm asking. So in economics, we have always this issue of identification, meaning that are we actually measuring what our research question is saying? So that's what I would ask. So income level should be playing a role, I guess, since you are providing a camel to your child. Yes, thank you.
Exactly, and as I said earlier, we are looking, in our coming paper, we are looking at more entrepreneurial orientation from the camel owner themselves, because sometimes this is a family business, and sometimes you are a trainer who are paid by rich camel owners to spend on your camel. So this ownership and this spending, it has different themes, which is going to be highlighted in more to come research. But thank you for asking this question. Yes, Dr. Gubara. Do I? Nada. You can say stop whenever.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Salam.
Could we integrate this actually pastoralistic culture of camel herding and camel training into cultural tourism as a way of diversifying the Omani economy?
Yes, of course. And we are now, we are communicated by the Ministry of Culture and Heritage just to work with them through, to take this research further and to focus more into cultural tourism. And also Oman Abra Zaman Museum, yes. So we are working with them hand in hand just to commercialize and also to work more into cultural tourism. But thank you for asking this question.
Thank you, Dr. Ibtisam. Now we move to Dr. Mohammed Razak from Management Department.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So my name is Mohammed Razak. I'm from the Department of Management. And I'll be presenting what research I'm currently working on. But prior to that, I'm also obligated by the Office of the Assistant Dean to tell you a little bit about the research accomplishments so far. The first few slides will actually be on that. I won't spend too much time on that. I'll go into the area of my research and why I'm interested in that and how I feel is connected to the Omani society. Because whenever we do research, you can't just do it for publishing a paper. It must have something you're giving back to society. The fact that we are academics from outside, but Oman has welcomed us, we owe it to the Omani society to give something back to it. So whatever research we target, we should always bear that in mind. That's what I personally believe. So let me just first go through a few slides quickly. Okay, so this is a quick snapshot of some of my research accomplishments. So out of the 25 journal publications I have over the last 5 years, 22 of them are with SQU affiliation. So, and I've recently been part of an authored book, but this book project started before I joined SQU, while I was working at the University of Malaya. So I'll tell you a little bit about that and then how all these link to my current research interests. So these are some of the recent papers in 2023 and 24. So I'll get into the main topic of interest. So in terms of my future research agenda, I'm looking at 3 things. Firstly, I will try to stay as close as possible to my main area of interest, which is studying family businesses. My doctoral work was also related to studying family businesses, and I've continued to do research on that. In fact, half of my publications are related to this field. The other aspect I'm looking at is how the Industry 5.0, as you know that the world has moved from Industry 4.0 to 5.0, which is more about machines and humans working together in unison. So that will require a lot of upskilling and reskilling of our human resources. So the students that we are working with, we need to bear that in mind, that we need to also, while we impart the prerequisite knowledge structured within our course outline, we need to also give them some knowledge about how to position themselves in a stronger way for the future workforce. So that's another area of research that interests me. And finally, I'm also working on how to develop or discovering new triggers and antecedents of entrepreneurial ecosystem development. So I will amalgamate all these 3 while I'm discussing the next topic, which is about a current research area that I'm working on. So why am I looking at family businesses? So at this point, I'd like to start off by responding to the so what question. What's so important about studying family businesses? So this slide that's being displayed to you shows that vast majority of the organizations around the world, they're actually family controlled or family owned. So they are family businesses which have a huge impact on the economy. They are big contributors to the gross domestic product of most economies. And they are amongst the largest source of new employment creation. Not everybody gets into Omantel or PDO or some of the big names. Whenever we think about employers, these things come to our mind, but most people work in small and medium enterprises. And when we say SME, we make it sound like an entity which is very formal and there's no human element behind it. So I'd like to present a case through my study that just by looking at SMEs as such entities, without bringing the family into the picture, we'll miss out on a lot in terms of knowledge and ability to contribute. So, so I'm starting off by stating to you that family businesses are very important because they have a very big role in our economy. The second thing is that family businesses are extremely resilient. A study done by NYU Stern School of Business tracked organizations that have been around for the last 500 years. And they discovered that 68% of these organizations are actually family businesses. So you won't find too many of them, but amongst all the organizations they've discovered, 68% are family-owned businesses. So what enables an organization to last for such a long time? 500 years is a very long time, because that means you've gone through world wars and plagues and you name it, all sorts of changes, and they're still operating. So that means there is something very unique about family-owned businesses that gives them the ability to survive through generations after generations. Okay, so this slide is again another slide which tells us how widespread the presence of family businesses are around the globe. But now that we have established that family businesses are important, they have a huge role in the economy, they're all around the world. So the question is, so what? So what's the problem? The problem is that according to statistics around the world, not more than 3 out of every 7 family business gets transferred from the founder generation to the next generation. So a transfer of a successful business from the first generation, the founding generation, to the next generation, 70% of such enterprises, they fail. And as you move from the second to third generation, it gets lower and lower. By the time you go into the fourth generation, you have got 2 out of 1,000 companies standing. So, and that's not desirable, considering the huge economic impact these organizations have, social and economic impact. So how, as a researcher, can we look into the dynamics of these organizations and try to figure out mechanisms to ensure more organizations survive? And this statistics goes from 70% of failed organizations to a much lower percentage. How do we go about doing that? So that actually triggered, as far as my concern for this. So this, to me, to discover the problem, you need 2 things. First, you need to go to the ground, talk to people who are in that field and figure out what is their story. So one research we started in early part of 2020, this was while I was still working in Malaysia. We decided we will just go around the country, talk to family business owners, and we decided not to use any structured or semi-structured interviews or the traditional way of collecting data. We decided to collect anecdotes, let the owners and the people who run those enterprises speak from their heart and tell us about what's their story. So we developed a book on anecdotal evidence on family businesses, but then COVID-19 hit from March 2020 onwards. Everything was stopped. So we changed the direction of the research. It eventually became understanding how they cope with employee well-being during and after COVID-19. So just to cite an example, when you do this sort of research, when you go out into the field, talk to the people that you are trying to help out, they will tell you a lot of stories and you discover a lot of things. So once you have done that, then you go to the literature and you try to lean on the shoulder of giants and find out what has been studied and what's missing. So the study that I'm pursuing currently, from the literature, I discovered that what is the secret source of resilience amongst family businesses? Why is it that some family businesses, whether it's 3 out of 10, manage to survive from generation to generation? What makes them do that? So now I'm looking at trying to understand those success stories. So the literature indicates that this organization resilience amongst family businesses basically brought about 2 things. The type of family values they have in terms of commitment, trust, harmony, stewardship, empathy. And the other thing is long-term orientation of these organizations, because they are really interested in generational succession. They want to pass on the baton to the next generation. These things do influence family resilience, but it is also intervened through variables such as the intensity of involvement of the entrepreneurs, the people who run the organization, and the type of social capital they are able to build through their networks. So without going too much into it, basically, so all this information in the literature is fragmented. So I've put this in an integrated form, and I'm planning to validate it, but at the same time, in order to connect with the Omani society, I've also started doing one work. Last semester, I visited one very well-known entrepreneurial ecosystem. This was in Al-Akhir region in Nizwa. I went around with some of my students, and we started talking to all the people. And I realized that Oman is just unbelievably rich in entrepreneurial mindset. I mean, I was amazed from this finding. So that made me realize I have to do more field studies, go out and talk to people. So now to bring this to a conclusion, why am I doing all this? Not only just to publish. I'd like to publish with some sort of social impact, giving back to society, and also connecting with what Dr. Al-Mukhtar said today, that we are now desiring to move into more reputed publications, outlets. Say, for example, the FT50 journals. To get into those type of journals, you need deeper insights. The contribution you make has to be something, it hasn't been done before. So our traditional approach of just relying on literature, finding gaps in the literature, writing a paper, that'll get us Q1 publications. But if you want to do something with social impact, with major contribution, you need to talk to the people you're trying to serve. So without prolonging my discussion, this is what I'm currently doing. But our department colleagues were collaborating with each other. We are sharing our knowledge and experience. So we are trying to create that synergy within the department. So having said that, I thank you for your patience. So if you have any questions, I would entertain it, but I'll just end with the fact that my discovery is that if you want to create social impact, for example, there's a lot of focus on SME development in Oman. I think what's really missing is the fact that while you're focusing on SME development, you're missing the fact that these are being run by people who have families, and their families have certain socio-emotional goals. So we need to bring that element into the picture to provide them better policies and better initiatives through which they can succeed. The other thing is that instead of just focusing on performance of organizations, we need to also shift our focus a little bit to resilience, how to create organizations that will survive through crisis. So with that, I would like to end my presentation and invite any questions you may have. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Sabrina Al-Asmi from Accounting Department. Have you made any comparison between your study either in Malaysia or in Oman with other contexts like Turkey? Because I believe in Turkey, usually when they start a family business, they get everybody involved and they have that ownership of the project. And usually when they expand, they will not go for that step, except if they make sure that somebody from the family, either a brother or a son, can take care of that new branch. Did you look at that experience in Turkey? Just an example.
Yeah, so what you are saying is actually correct, that in order to derive some sort of theoretical concept from these discoveries, one needs to actually have a multi-context and multicultural study. So no, we haven't ventured that out to other cultures yet, but I see your point, and it's something that needs collaboration with other researchers in other countries. So having a multi-country study would actually add a lot of value. Any other questions? Professor Saeed.
The answer, of course, because it is part of the micro economics, which is forming the macroeconomics, the whole economics. But also, on the other hand, others will see that this is life. Some of the families, they are rich for a certain period of time, then maybe, you know, the second generation and so on, they might be poor. And also, on the other hand, poor people used to be, and, you know, a new companies. And we are seeing in Oman in here, they are a new, I would say, entrepreneurs. They were not from a traditional business families. So, you know, the argument in here, okay, so what? I mean, there are companies phasing out, and there are new companies coming to the market. This is life.
Yeah, I agree with you, Professor Saeed, that this is a natural evolution. There will be companies which will flourish, and a time will come that they will decline. That is life. But during my talking to people, for example, this visit to Al-Aqr region, I realized that a lot of people are involved in entrepreneurial ventures. They fail, but they don't get out of it. They look for another venture. And this part of the reason is because of the social pressure. So there is something called a contagion effect. That means this entrepreneurial passion, you can't let it die. So it doesn't mean you'll always succeed. So this is giving me some hints or clues in terms of there is something called an entrepreneurial contagion effect. So the ecosystem that you work within, that will have an effect on you. But I can't discard what you're saying. That is a fact of life. Many companies were around and they're not there. New companies are emerging. That's there. But I personally feel that when you bring the family element into it and the society element into it, there are ways to actually make them more resilient. That you don't give up just because you failed in one venture. You can move on. Just keep the fire burning in your heart. Okay. Yes. Yes, doctor, please.
Okay, you can take it. That's okay. I will ask you.
Okay.
And thanks. And we tend to assume that family businesses are entrepreneurial, but that isn't necessarily the case, especially in our part of the world where there is social capital has played a very important role into growing some family businesses, even the longer standing ones. And what you've mentioned in Nizwa is completely different than what we see, say, in traditional family businesses, well known, say, in other regions in Oman as well. So I think you need to be mindful of those differences and how you pursue each. To further align what you're doing, perhaps if you allow me just a small recommendation, is the focus on the entrepreneurial contagion is perhaps more critical right now, as we're supposedly getting to critical mass and pushing this forward and creating opportunities. But the drawback has always been we don't have the same numbers as other countries do in terms of how much real employment does it create, whether it creates viable opportunities and whatnot. So you should be mindful of those intricacies as well. Okay. And much of what we talk about the ecosystem, we talk about the well-developed part. But the entrepreneurship style that you see in Nizwa, for example, is born out of necessity. It's born out of certain foundational values within that region that may be available in different parts of Oman at different sort of levels of intensity, if you like. And I think those factors will play an important role in who you talk to, what kind of things you're listening to. But the anecdotes tend to be, you know, I would say it would take you sideways in many ways because you lose that sense of real foundational understanding. So if you look at the GEM reports that have been issued, where Oman is included since 2019, there's always impression there is more entrepreneurship happening, people are more willing to go out and do this. But we don't necessarily feel that it's effective, it's really making a difference. Yes, you see a lot of these startups happening, but they're not the ones that are making change necessarily. There are some that are doing fantastic work, but still there is a bit of that nascent feel to all of this. And having studied the ecosystem, in the last few years. I can tell you there's still a lot of ambiguity about our definitions and what companies are doing, what individuals are doing. I would definitely recommend more focus on that third pillar that you have there and seeing how. But ultimately, all of this impact that you hope to achieve needs to be communicated to the relevant stakeholders. And I think this is where we can see family businesses we tend to be skeptical of because we see them as Professor Said said, a wealthier portion of society. They have benefited from our development experience. And the GCC experiences are similar, right? When we think of big company names, family names in Saudi Arabia and others as well. So I think you need to be mindful of that as you move forward to create that social impact you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. I think that this is very helpful because as researchers, we need to present our idea and we get this sort of nuanced feedback. So I really appreciate that. And I'll bear that in mind. I understand that we need to stay focused on what our original goal is, not get too far away because of the discoveries we make on the path. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Razak. We will move to Dr. Ammar Awqil from Operation Management Department.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I planned for more time, but it seems that so today in fact I plan to have a long story. Story about my previous research, my present research, and my future research. I would rather focus on my previous research because there are interesting stories. So my first story, we start with this colored rectangle. In fact, a few years back, maybe 30 years back, when I was a student, we had a field visit with my instructor to a company. It was a steel company that manufactures steel structures like tanks, buildings, and after the visit, my instructor told me, Ammar, you will be working on these rectangles. I thought that was a joke. In fact, it wasn't a joke because when we visited this company, for the workers and for the managers, everything was fine. They were comfortable with what was happening. But my instructor, from his perspective as an academic, he saw what these managers were not able to see because they were inside the system. He was coming from outside the system, and he had a background that enabled him to see that there is a problem. What was the problem? The problem was that there were rectangles which are sheets, yeah, metallic sheets that were rectangles, and they were cut randomly. And this was a real issue. Okay, so my supervisor, become supervisor later on, he realized that this is a problem that can be addressed from operations management perspective. And this problem, which is known in the theory as cutting stock problem. And the interesting thing is that we worked on this as part of my final year project, which stresses the importance of final year projects. And we managed to develop a software. It was the first software I developed. And this software, with this software, we managed to help the company save more than 20% of the raw material. And at this age, this was one of the events that made me interested or passionate by doing research, because I saw the outcome of my effort. In fact, later on, maybe a few years back, we looked at the problem from another perspective. So we realized that cutting these rectangles may help saving raw material by having cutting patterns that are optimized, but it was creating problems in the production scheduling. Meaning what? Meaning these small rectangles that were cut, they were meant to be assembled on different products. And when they are cut, they are aggregated, which means at the cutting stage, we have small rectangles that are cut for different orders, which may result in delays in the assembly of many final products. So to cope with this, we developed later on another approach that is based on the traveling salesman problem. It was vehicle routing problem that was applied for, which means what? Which means at this level, instead of cutting these rectangles randomly, we set an order for cutting these rectangles in a way that will minimize the delay at the assembly stage. And from this project, we managed. In fact, I was initiated to the one of the basic problems in operations management, which is the traveling salesman problem. And from the traveling salesman problem, I worked later on. So what is important, in fact, here is that all these projects are projects that are related to industry, and all of them, they have been implemented. Okay? And later on, I worked on an extended vehicle routing problem, which is the multi-depot scheduling problem. And for this specific problem, we developed an algorithm that allowed speeding the computations. In fact, it was part of a software that is currently used in most of the airlines. And this software uses a module, okay? And this module was based on vehicle routing problem, okay? And what we did at this level, we managed to speed the computation process 10 times. So, which was quite an achievement. And starting from now, as a result to this, I worked on a more real-life problem, which is the sparse vehicle routing problem, which allows using the edges and the arcs of a graph without the need to move to the what is known as a complete graph. And this was one of the main topics of my PhD. So, when I joined Sultan Qaboos University, I changed the cap. So I moved to another topic, which is data development analysis, and which has nothing to do with vehicle routing, neither graphs, but still it's a topic that is based on some graphical representations, that are related to economics. Okay, and the first work in fact, I will skip these. In fact, just a few words regarding this. The interesting part, the interesting part of data remote analysis is that it's a technique that enables ranking decision-making units into two classes. One class is class of efficient decision-making units, and the other class is class of inefficient decision-making units. But the disadvantage of the basic or standard models is that we are not able to fully rank the decision-making units, given that for example, in this example that I'm giving, we have 3 decision-making units that are identified as efficient, but efficient, which of them is the best? So to answer this question, there were, in fact, the theory of the cost efficiency has been developed, and in fact, the purpose of this theory is that instead for the DMU to assess itself, because in the basic DEA, it's a self-assessment, and instead of now enabling the DMU to assess itself, the DEA cost efficiency gives the chance to all DMUs to assess each other. So here, it's a peer evaluation process. For example, here, which means the outcome of this assessment is matrix of efficiency scores, and you may see, and the ranking will be possible. The full ranking will be possible by using what is known as an ultimate ranking score, which can be simply the average of the cost efficiency scores. Another problem that raised later on is that there is an issue with the problem here with my site. Yeah. So this is my this is the first model that we developed. So this was the first model that we developed in DEI cost efficiency. Okay, and this model I developed it with Prof. Oral and Muhyiddin Oral and Amin, they were colleagues with us, and later on, so this is the most resonated appreciative model, yeah, and later on I discovered that there was an issue with the aggregation in this cost efficiency. So what I did, so here it was they were my contributions. So I realized that the cost efficiency matrix can be looked at as a preference voting system. Preference voting system where the DMUs are acting as electors and as candidates. So based on this idea, I developed a few algorithms and few methodologies, and these are a couple of publications that came out of this this work. And my most recent work is in inverse data development analysis. So as opposed to data development analysis where you have the inputs and the outputs of the system, and the main objective is to find the efficiency or to evaluate the performance of the system. In the inverse data development analysis, we set the efficiency as a target, and then we look at the parameters that are needed to reach this target. Okay? And this is inverse data development analysis, and my work was mainly on the merger of decision-making units. So by using, so what will happen if we merge decision-making units? So for example, you have here a couple of, let me just see which are this, we have for example E and F. If we merge E and F, you can see that this leads to a DMUM, and the performance of DMUM is better than performance of E and F. So this result was one of the most important results that allowed me to develop a new methodology, yeah, and this methodology was was centered on a comprehensive generation of all possible, I call them productive mergers, and yes, so I will finish soon. Yeah. And out of this, I had applications of this methodology in multiple areas. For example, in hospitality industry, in agriculture, sustainability, and okay. And I'm still working on this area. My future work. So I am planning to go back to this cutting stock problem that I started a few decades back, and integrate some big data elements, and also look at this as an inverse problem instead of looking at this from which means what? It means we will start from the production system that we need to build, and what would be the patterns, the cutting patterns that should be in fact developed to reach this production objective. Also, I have a plan to start projects on green sparse vehicle routing problem by integrating the green aspect and in the vehicle routing, which are hot topics in fact nowadays, and optimal merger plan for graph theory, from graph theory perspective. Here, my plan is to merge these vehicle routing things with DEA, and the idea is there, but I just need some collaborators who are good in programming, yeah, because programming is a key skill. So I need to stress also this aspect. One of the skills that our students are lacking is programming. So while I am now addressing the audience here, I would suggest that we introduce a course in programming to all specializations. Okay, because this is, in fact, this is one of the skills that is, from my side, for example, this was one of the strongest skills that allowed me to now to progress in research. Okay, since the final year project, now with basic skills I had in programming, we managed to develop a software. Yeah, and this is something that nowadays with programming languages like, for example, Python, which are easy to understand, and I think our students, and it's important to teach this at the undergrad level, because honestly, I graduated maybe 30 years back, yeah, but I am still working with the skills I acquired when I was a graduate student, yes, which is now any skill that is developed at the graduate level is important later on. Whatever the career that is chosen by either professional or academic or whatever. Okay? I think I will end my presentation at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ammar. Any questions?
Yeah. Yes, Dr. Jamil.
Okay, I don't need a mic, I can shout. Just one point that you mentioned at the end when you stated that we need a programming course in all the majors. I believe that the purpose of today event, the research day, is that to see if you can collaborate with any other departments. Like in our departments, we do offer these programming courses. We do run C#, Java, and Python as well. So I don't think that you need to go and learn this program out yourself because it's really time consuming. You can't collaborate with any
No, I'm not talking for myself. I'm talking for our students, our graduates.
For
yeah.
students,
Yeah.
if they take a minor course in our department, they're going to learn this programming language.
Okay.
For faculty members, I mean, they can collaborate with our department,
Yeah.
and we are more than welcome.
Okay, so
we are eager, we would like to help you out in understanding.
So we will advise our students to take minor in the information system.
Why not?
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz. Any other questions? No? Jazakallah khair. Thank you very much.
Yes, welcome Dr. Khalid Hussain from Marketing Department.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon everyone. I'm Dr. Khalid Hussain from Department of Marketing, and I will be presenting on the behalf of my department, not for my research. So first of all, I give you an overview of the research our department has produced over the years. So our department was not that much in the limelight of research, because in the past we did not have much research, but now we have a lot of progress. As you can see, in 2022 we only had 6 papers, but now in 2023 we had almost 100% increase our publications, and now in 2024 we already have 4 papers published and 18 papers are in progress, and we already have 3 conference presentations and 2 book chapters are under review, so maybe some more are coming. So basically our department is working on a diverse field of research. Basically our research is more interdisciplinary. We are working on branding in the context of tourism, food, hospitality, sports, fashion, and banking industry. And we are also working on artificial intelligence and generative AI. And we are also working on digital media and social media marketing, because our today's focus is on digital transformation. So marketing is playing a very key role in communicating the activities or the initiatives taken by the organizations in bringing digital transformation to the consumers. And so while we are creating value as a business, we have to use digital means to communicate how our digital products are helping or creating value for the consumers. So here in our research, we have published these papers recently, which may focus, if you see in the purple color, we have done research on counterfeit, we have done research on perceived innovativeness, we have done research on generative AI, and advertising and social media, customer loyalty. We have done research on responsible leadership, and recently as generative AI is emerging, so we have done research on ChatGPT and how the content about ChatGPT is getting attention on YouTube. So recently in 2024, we have these papers in 2024. If you see here, our topics are diverse in nature, and we are working on interdisciplinary topics, particularly with the emerging technologies like generative AI. These are the 2 book chapters which are already, one is already accepted and the other is under review. These are the papers we are currently having under process, maybe different stages. Some of our papers have already received like 2nd or 3rd revision, and most of our papers are currently in process in Q1 journal, Q1, Q2 journals. And if we see for the future. We are working in the future for bringing social change with social media, because social media nowadays is very much important, and it is making the life and the character of our young generations. So our faculty members are working on bringing social change through the social media, how it can be used as a tool to build character, to stay authentic with your culture, and how it can be used to build more morality and ethics in the society. And we are also working on consumer brand relationship within the field of generative AI, because like in the panel discussion, we just saw that generative AI is something that is a radical innovation. We just saw in last few years, generative AI is changing everything what we are seeing here. So we are working on it, and at the same time we are working on digital and social media practices, or the social media platforms in the tourism and hospitality sector and some other sectors. I will not be taking much time because we are already short of time, so I will be discussing one of our paper which is planned for work on generative AI. So as generative AI is getting a lot of importance, and you see there is a concept which is called creative economy. The creative economy is a big form of economy now, and a lot of people are earning money by creating content. If you see social media influencers, YouTube content creators, you see content about tourism, hospitality, how to use technology, how to learn different skills, and even how to cook something, and how to nurture your kids. So you are seeing a lot of content. So all of these content are created by content creators, and they find this as an income stream. So we are working on how this generative AI can help these creators to experience their content creation. So we are co-creating, we are working on how co-creation of content is done using generative AI. Here, our focus is to understand the co-creation experience of the users who are creating content. For instance, cognitive experience, how does generative AI help the content creators to learn new things, how it improves their learning, their skills, and their experiences. Particularly if we talk about the marketing is more about content. If we are talking about content, you see social media posts, you see blogs, you see Google ads. So all of these content is created by the digital marketers. So generative AI, like ChatGPT, it is helping these content creators to create content and learn more about their audience, how they can use these tools to learn about the social aspects of the society. It will give them social experience. And whether using generative AI is a fun or it is cumbersome, how it is helping creators. So we are also trying to understand the hedonic aspects of the experience. And generating AI is very much economical nowadays. Most of the platforms, they are using the freemium platform framework of pricing. They are not charging you anything if you are using some of the free services. But if you want to go a little up, you need more function, you have to pay them. Even then, they are economical. So at the same time, we want to understand how these experiences can build brand love among the content creators who are using different kind of generative AI, and how it can enhance brand evangelism, like the purchase intention, how it is improving their positive brand referrals, and how these are kind of using these generative AI can help them to oppose the other competing brands. So we are also interested in understanding the purpose of use, how it can moderate these relationships, and gender and the age. Finally, I will discuss some of the challenges we are facing while doing research. So if we are doing research, because we are doing research on digital and social media platforms, so we need cloud-based tools. So some of the times these cloud-based tools are very much expensive. So sometimes we do not have much budget. And similarly, marketing is more about the psychology, the consumer psychology. So in consumer psychology, experimental researchers are more valuable as compared to other researchers. But currently, we do not have much settings to do much experiments for the marketing activities. And finally, if we are doing research on tourists, and tourism is a very big sector here in Oman, and it is part of Oman Vision 2040. So there are a lot of difficulties in accessing data from the tourists, the real-time data, like asking them to fill surveys or asking them to participate in some focus group or interviews or participating in some experiments. So thank you very much. This is what we have from the marketing department. If you have any questions. No questions?
Keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we will move to the next, Dr. Bedri from Economic and Finance Department. Thank you, Dr. Khaled.
So thanks a lot for, and it is always hard to be the last presenter. So I'll try to be very quick. I will just try to present a paper that actually started with the first research day. So what we did is with Dr. Adil, we sat next to each other on a round table like this, and we started discussing, and in the end we were able to produce a paper. So it is under review at a journal now. So I will briefly talk about that. And the main idea about this day, from my understanding, is to initiate interdisciplinary research. So I will just try to provide what I'm trying to work on and some of the data sets that are interesting and needs interdisciplinary perspective. So let me quickly go ahead. I think. So basically, my research is basically in the field of empirical analysis of public procurement, and public procurement is a very important part of the economy in the sense that annually and globally around $11 trillion worth of public procurement is conducted. So governments purchase around 12 to 15% of their GDP, and this is the case for developed and also emerging countries. For some countries, it is more than 20%. And by law, this data is available, meaning that, for example, for United States, there is data for public procurement contracts of more than 50 million contracts. For European Union, for Mexico, for Japan, we have all of this type of data. And so I am trying to implement big data analytics and machine learning to these large data sets. And of course, I know that a lot of our colleagues are using these methods, so we can provide a different perspective in that sense. In addition, I am also working on macroeconomics, basically inflation targeting, and to design policies to decrease inflation. And again, this type of methodologies can also be implemented to financial data, so especially to detect manipulation and predict stock returns using big data. Okay, so this is just to give an example. So recently I'm working with computer scientists. So we just develop a natural language processing algorithms to read these publicly available data and get textual information. So again, this is still great potential in that area. So this can also be implemented to central banking and other fields where textual data is available. And so these are some of my recent publications, but I will just focus on my current research. So as I have mentioned, public procurement data is available by law, meaning that when there is a contract, all of the details are published online. So this seems to be a good thing, but when you have 50 million of these contracts, then it is impossible to analyze by standard methods. So basically now what we can do is using natural language processing algorithms, we can determine the content of these contracts and try to understand some of these economic dynamics. So this is my current research that I am trying to focus on. So this data is available, and just try to use big data methods and NLP to understand these issues. And also now recently with respect to macroeconomics research, the recent topic is big macro data. Big macro data is just a way of saying that this is still, the frequency is usually monthly, but now we have access to hundreds of different observations, like different consumption levels and different details. So especially for the United States, that data is recently available. So this can be used to predict stock returns and also predict macroeconomic variables. So I'm also working on that. And with Dr. Adil, we have produced a paper about identifying productive and corrupt interactions in public procurement. So as I mentioned before, we have access to contract data, and we also know who is awarding this contract and the owner of the firm. So now if they repeat this interaction over time, then we can identify patterns. Right, so in this case, we are trying to do that. We have identified the network structure for the United States public procurement market, and the difficulty is these interactions between a public authority, public official, and the firm can be both productive and corrupt, meaning that maybe they have a good relationship, that firm is doing a very good job, so that's why that firm keeps getting awarded this contract. But also there can be corruption, so that's why that firm might be getting this. So we need to identify this, and using a two-way regression method, some of the existing methods in network econometrics, we can do that. And we already have that paper. And with also Dr. Sami, we have recently obtained a grant. And what we do is we are trying to analyze the effect of fintech on financial inclusion, and through that mechanism, whether fintech can promote economic development, so a sustainable economic development. Okay, so I will not take too much time, but just for potential collaboration, and we can maybe work on other topics, especially I know a lot of you are working on like social media and also big data analytics and machine learning. So what we have is this data is available. So by law, also for Turkey, for Mexico, for Japan, by law, when there is a public procurement contract, it is published online. So it is available, so we have access. For United States and for EU, it is more structured, so it is easier to access. But for also other countries, it is available, but we might need an array. For example, for Mexico, we might need an array for a couple of months. We can still collect it. But what I would like to say is this data is available. We just need the different perspectives. So even, for example, for also United States, we know whether these are small firms. So even we know whether they are owned by women or they are owned by minorities. So these are different things. So as an economist, I'm not that familiar with this topic, but from a management perspective or other departments, I'm sure you might have something in your mind, and we can work on that, so that data is available. So basically, I will not take too much of your time. So there are some papers that we have already written with Dr. Ramo and Dr. Adil. So these are under review, and hopefully we will get good news about them. So I just would like to thank you. I don't want to take too much of your time. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer, or we can also discuss about potential collaboration at lunch. Okay, so thanks a lot. Yes, sure.
Very quick.
Yes, sure.
Regarding our region in GCC, no need.
Yes.
Is there a kind of data regarding the public procurement?
Yes, there are some, there's a procurement authority also in Oman, but this is also sensitive. So in the United States, in EU, they are publishing that, but that data is, as far as I know, for the region, it is not available. So World Bank is providing some data, but it is aggregated. They have like monthly total public procurement. But yes, so for, as far as I know, for the region, we don't have that detailed data. But the other countries, they do it because it is in their law. The public procurement law dictates that when you sign a contract, then it should be published online, it should be transparent. So that's why they have that.
Thank you, Dr. Bedri.
Thank you, thanks.
And now we will move to the next generation of researchers to share their work. We will start with our PhD researcher from Information System Department, Asila Al-Harmali. Asila, you have like 5 minutes for presentation.
Anyway, I'll try, inshallah.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all. This is Asila Al-Harmali doing PhD in Information Systems at the College of Economics and Political Sciences. I'm delighted to welcome to present my working on thesis titled Optimizing Cyber Risk Assessment for Cyber Physical Systems Through Real-Time Organizational Learning from Cybersecurity Incidents. And this is the agenda for this presentation. A cyber physical system is depicted as an integration of computation and physical processes to create intelligent systems that can sense, monitor, and control physical processes at any time from anywhere. Examples of physical domains in which CBS is employed includes environmental monitoring, renewable energy, and smart grid, and many others. The integration of operational and information technologies makes the physical environment smarter, requiring less human intervention. However, on the other hand, this integration exposes the physical environment to a range of cyber threats. This is due to many reasons. One is that traditionally OT hasn't been a network technology, but nowadays the physical field system is connected to the public internet network. And what makes the problem worse is that securing IT systems in the context of CBS is more complex compared to standard IT systems. This complexity is due to many factors. The main factor is that CBS requires high availability and real-time response. This uptime requirement makes the system sensitive to security updates, patches, and any security controls restrictions. There are various technical security controls developed for the environment of CBS. Despite this, cybersecurity breaches on CBS are on rise and shows no signs of slowing down. A common motto in the security field says that security is only 30% by technology and the remaining 70% should be by management. Therefore, risk management of unavoidable cyber attacks should be a core component in the organizational security program, and within the risk management process, a risk assessment is a core function, which includes identifying the potential risks, analyzing and evaluating them in order to make appropriate risk management decisions. Although various approaches to cyber risk assessment for CBS have been introduced in the existing literature, there are two significant gaps that causes inaccurate risk assessment. The first one is the trustworthiness of cyber threat information on which the risk assessment relies to identify the possible risks and analyze them. The second is the inconsistencies in the interpretation of this cyber threat information across the different assessors. But and this study is proposing a cyber risk assessment approach to overcome these two significant gaps through real-time organizational learning from cybersecurity incidents. But before discussing the proposed solution, I wanted to give you an idea about the other research keywords, risk and risk assessment. Risk is depicted as a likelihood of a threat source exploiting a vulnerability in a system and the resulting impact of that successful exploitation of such vulnerability. In the context of cyber risk, which I'm talking about, the threat source could be insider or external attackers. The vulnerability is a flaw in the system, either communication or information system. its communication networks and applications, and the impact relates to the loss of confidentiality, availability, and integrity of data, information, and information or control systems. Risk assessment answers what can go wrong, what is the likelihood that it will go wrong, and what is the expected impact if it goes wrong. So this research contributes to existing knowledge through a risk assessment approach consisting of 3 components to overcome the 2 more challenging gaps causing inaccurate risk assessment. The first one is cybersecurity incidents as a primary source of knowledge to learn about potential cyber risks and to analyze and evaluate them. The second is organizational learning model, and the third is machine learning techniques. So here I need to go down. So first, in this framework, the primary source of information about the cyber risks the organization is exposed to will be cybersecurity incidents the organization undergoes. So real-time analysis of cybersecurity incidents allows learning from the incident as it occurs and avoids erosion of knowledge. Real-time learning from cybersecurity incidents can solve the issue or the gaps. I can say first it is a trustworthy source which can solve the gaps of outdated, non-representative, or imprecise information about the cyber risk the organization is exposed to. Of course, it is not only the cybersecurity incident source, but the other sources of cyber threat information, like the public threat intelligence, the organization past attack records, and the cyber attack scenarios demonstration will be considered as secondary sources to learn about the cyber risks. Then an organizational learning model will be designed to acquire, retain, and disseminate the knowledge about cyber risks from the primary source, cybersecurity incident, and the secondary sources. Organizational learning is defined as creating, retaining, sharing, and applying a knowledge within an organization. This knowledge is created from the experiences the organization has gone through or the organization interaction with the other organizations. Real-time learning from or organizational learning from cybersecurity incidents is a source of concrete data reflecting what is happening in the organization, and therefore it can be used to inform the cyber risk assessment. Organizational learning model is going to solve or can solve the unstructured way of acquiring, retaining, disseminating, and applying knowledge about cyber risks. And it can address the inconsistencies in cyber attack interpretations because it has the ability to standardize the way of interpreting unclear or incomplete information of cyber threats. Also, it can address the other factors causing discrepancies among the assessors, such as the assessor's subjective beliefs in the meanings assigned to cyber threat information. So before moving to the third component, the acquired knowledge from the organizational learning model from the primary source and the secondary sources is going to feed into the risk assessment activities, risk identification, risk analysis, and risk evaluation. The risk analysis phase and the risk evaluation will be also fed by other information, like the risk analysis will be guided by the CBS system architecture, and it will be guided by well-recognized cybersecurity frameworks. The risk evaluation will be guided by the risk tolerance value, which is normally determined by the stakeholders in the risk framing phase of the risk management process. And finally, machine learning techniques will be used to facilitate these steps within the risk assessment process. Why? Because machine learning can analyze a wide range of cyber threat information sources in a consistent way compared to the manual efforts. And machine learning also has the ability to identify patterns that may not be immediately obvious to human analysts. Overall, machine learning contribution to this solution on solving these gaps is that it has the ability to solve the deviation in cyber attack interpretations, because it's going to reduce manual efforts required by human, and thereby the human errors and inconsistencies. The machine learning can facilitate organizational learning in a dynamic environments like in the CBH, which is highly interconnected with many complexities.
Asila, you done with the 5 minutes?
Yeah, so I'm going to conclude within 2 sentences. So what we have said, that inaccurate risk assessment is really having a negative impact on the organizational risk management decisions, and thereby leading to inaccurate system. For accurate risk assessment, we need to complement the assessor's knowledge with up-to-date, precise, and representative information about cyber threats, which is mainly can be acquired from cybersecurity incidents as they occur. And the second, we need to employ techniques to standardize the acquirement, retainment, and acquisition and dissemination of knowledge about these cyber threats among the organization assessors or analysts. And finally, we need to support or facilitate the risk assessment process with, we can say, machine learning techniques, so that it will reduce inconsistencies and solve the human errors and reduce human efforts at the same time. That's all. Thank you. If you have any questions, you feel free, please, to ask.
Any questions? Yes. Thank you, Asila. So we will move to Nawal Al-Hosni, a researcher from Management Department. Yes. So Nawal, it is 5 minutes only. خلاص إن شاء الله.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will just present an overview of a research article that we have published recently. I mean, myself and my supervisors, Dr. Ramo and Dr. Mohammed Razak. I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry. I'm Nawal Al-Hosni. I'm a PhD student. I'm doing my research under the supervision of Dr. Ramo as the first supervisor and Mohammed Razak as a co-supervisor. So today I will present just an overview about recent research articles that we had published. And it's really very hard and very difficult to present after so many professors who had presented their work. So I'm still a student, so that's why at the beginning I felt really very nervous and stressful, because I just imagined myself presenting something. Anyhow, just because I promised Nada I will finish within 3 minutes. Okay, so the title of our research paper, The Drivers of Senior Entrepreneurial Intention, a Conceptual Framework. So it's just a conceptual framework or a conceptual framework paper. So as people actually live longer and healthier lives post-retirement, they seek opportunity to contribute to their communities. Many seniors or many people after retirement, they were choosing entrepreneurship as a means to stay active and find purpose. This trend has led to a global increase in entrepreneurial activities among those who aged 55 and above. And when it comes to defining senior entrepreneurs, actually, simply refers to those or to entrepreneurial work or ventures that are started by people who are older than or 55 or above or 50. Actually, there is no agreement in the literature regarding the age of the seniors or those we call them senior entrepreneurs. Some of the reference or some of the literatures or researchers, they are saying 50, some of them 55, some of them even they went below to say 45 and above. But anyhow, it's 50 or 55. The idea is seniors or senior entrepreneurs, those who are starting their business ventures later at their lives, maybe after retirement. And the literature has shown many benefits of senior entrepreneurs or engaging in entrepreneurial activities at a senior age. These benefits are for individuals, for seniors themselves. Some of these benefits are for the community and the economy and the society as a whole. For example, entrepreneurship provides seniors with a pleasant and rewarding opportunities to apply their skills and expertise. It allows them also to create something new and worthwhile, and when it comes to economic growth, it improves economic growth and innovation. In many European countries and Western countries, they find senior entrepreneurship as a way to address difficulties associated with an aging populations in various countries. I mean, as I said, by, like, for example, reducing the burden on social and healthcare systems. What makes senior entrepreneurs different from other entrepreneurs? First of all, senior entrepreneurs, they have several decades of practical work experience. They know how to manage people and organizations and has more access to capital and personal networks, which was built over number of years. Now, having those people uninvolved or stayed idle doing nothing, it will actually have an effect like it's a loss to the nation or to the country. And not only that, it might lead to negative psychological experience for such individuals. So it means they have to be engaged somehow, and entrepreneurship is the best way. Moving to the next point here, it's the importance of this research, or simply what are the gaps in the literature in regard to this issue or this phenomena. Despite the growing focus and the significance of senior entrepreneurs, it remains an understudied area, especially in our Gulf countries and Arab world as general. This topic is still understudied topic. We still need to learn more about senior entrepreneurship, including their motivation, experiences, and the results associated with this job. Determining these factors, or determining the factors that make entrepreneurship as an attractive plan for seniors after retirement, is something I can say is essential. It can help the policymakers and the other organizations to provide entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs with more effective support.
And now, while you're done with the 5 minutes.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
How fast?
You promised 3 minutes on.
Okay, just 3 minutes again. So this paper actually proposes a framework to study the factors contributing to forming an entrepreneurial intentions among seniors. We have proposed a new conceptual framework, and that framework will stimulate and improve the future scholarly research. This topic is actually considered to be timely, given the large number of seniors adults who are interested or who are already self-employed or who are interested in pursuing this career path. And it is very timely, especially for Oman, given that the number of retirees are increasing, as the statistics had shown, and those retirees are at a young age, really, where we have the average age of retirement is almost around 49. The previous research or the literature has shown that the theory of planned behavior was commonly used to examine the senior entrepreneur intentions. But it has a limitation when we talk about seniors. It has a limitations in fully accounting for motivational factors and socio-emotional needs of seniors. So thus we are proposing to integrate or to use another two theories, which is the self-determination theory and the socio-emotional selectivity theory. So in our framework, we had integrated these two theories to understand the determinants of senior entrepreneurs or entrepreneurial intentions of seniors. So the self-determination theory is the first theory, and it really asserts that humans have three fundamental needs or psychological needs: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. When these needs are met, individuals are more likely to experience intrinsic motivation or motivation that comes from within. And the empirical literature has indicated that there are two constructs that being derived based on SDT, which is intrinsic, or which are intrinsic motivation and self-efficacy. The social or socio-emotional selectivity theory is the second theory, and this theory asserts that as people age, they become more selective and prioritize emotional goals, which is the experience of positive emotions over informational goals, which is acquisition of knowledge and information. And as people age, they become more aware of the significance of making the most of their limited time. The two variables or the two constructs that have been derived based on this theory: personal well-being and family well-being. And this is our framework that we had proposed, shows the causal relationship between the independent variables: intrinsic motivation, entrepreneurial self-efficacy, family well-being, and personal well-being, on the entrepreneurial intentions among seniors, which is the dependent variable. We have a mediator, which is self-regulations, and we had come with these prepositions. The limitation of this research, at the end, it is a research paper that has, first of all, not the contribution, I mean, it is a research paper that has potential to contribute to a novel insight into the entrepreneurial intentions of seniors. The findings presented in this paper, or this article, is based on a conceptual framework, means test is still needed to determine the validity and the reliability of the findings. The model could be refined, could be expanded based on future empirical research. For example, researchers or literature has shown that cultural factors should be considered whenever we talk about entrepreneurial intentions.
Thank you, Nawal.
Yes, to conclude here, this paper has proposed a conceptual framework and adopt a comprehensive perspective on factors influencing the development of entrepreneurial intentions among seniors. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you are welcome, please.
Next.
No questions? Thank you.
And now we will have Tahra Al-Rawahi, MSc student in Operational Supply Chain Management. Tahra recently defended her thesis.
يسوع الحين أنا وحدي ما شاف كلام. I move it from here.
Tahra, you will have 5 minutes only.
Okay. Okay, sure. I will do it in less than 5 minutes. Assalamu alaikum. Sorry. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Tahra Al-Rawahi. I did my MSc in Operations Management and Supply Chain. I completed the defense last semester. So, so to give you a brief, I got 8 years of experience in oil and gas company in supply chain, and in particular in inventory management. So this research is linked to my work experience. So before I dive into the details, okay. So before I dive into the details, I want, which slide you can see here? Okay. Before I dive into the details of my research, so I want to explain or to give a background about the importance of spares to the oil and gas company. So my title of the research is Developing a Multi-Criteria Decision-Making Approach, Assigning Criticality Classification to the Spare Part. So spare part is an inventory items that are stored in warehouses for immediate response to a maintenance activity plan and repair jobs within oil and gas industry. And this is to consider the stage where the company is starting producing gas, so there will be a processing facility and will exporting system with many equipment that need to be maintained regularly. Okay, so oil and gas companies really heavily relies on oil and gas, rely on spare part to maintain smooth operation and maximize efficiency. So maintenance is a key factor and play a key role to maximize efficiency and to maintain smooth operation. And from this we can see that most of oil and gas company is one of the most asset intensive that require a lot of capital expenditure. So that's why they will require a lot of expenditure to maintain equipment and to ensure smooth operation. Okay. So oil and gas company try to acquire a large number of spares just in order to ensure that they are in a safe side, they have enough stock to respond to any demand, and they avoid any stock out and any shortage. So however, giving the substantial contribution of spare part to the total inventory cost, it is really very important to balance between having stock availability all the time and to balance with the impact of spare part to the total inventory cost. So from here, I use oil and gas company as a case study to develop a multi-criteria decision-making approach that enable assigning classification to the spares. So from here, my research come in, where I assign criticality to spares according to their importance to the operation, considering factors related to the supply chain, using unit prices or material purchasing cost, using the material lead time, and also some factors related to the safety and also environment, like how these materials are impacting the operations and production. And this will help to reduce the cost and reduce the risk of processes, and also losing that impacting, for example, the delivery of production to the government, for example. So identifying the criticality will help to give priority to the maintenance activity. So assigning criticality to spares will help to understand that this spares is linked to critical equipment, that any shortage or any failure to this equipment will have a severe consequences to the production of the equipment. Another thing, this classification will help to optimize inventory. So for inventory management team, they can decide on which materials to keep in inventory and which material to remove from the inventory. So this will help to reduce inventory cost as well. A third advantage, classification will help to reduce the shutdown and help to reduce the failure. So whenever we have the materials already available in the warehouse for immediate response, so they can respond to any failure or any sudden shutdown to the equipment or any failure to equipment in the facility itself. So as a research methodology, I use a multi-criteria decision-making approach, which is EDAS, evaluation based on distance from average solution. So this method involved different steps, started from identifying set of relevant criteria, as I mentioned before, criteria related to supply chain or criteria related to safety and environment, and the impact of factors to the operation and production, and to the stage where scores are assigned to spares, and there is a tool to rank the spares from the high priority to the least priority. So as a result, this tool helped to assign 3 types of classes A, B, C. So from highest priority, moderate, critical to B, and also C has least priority. So as a practical implication, I would recommend that the company, since this tool helped to identify 3 classes, so A class, from this tool help to know that the size of class A is very low compared to the list of the total inventory. So for the company, instead of managing full inventory, for example, in the case of the company, they have around of 9,000 items in the inventory. So instead of managing full inventory, they can manage only items from 400 to 500 size of class, which means that they can invest in a low size of materials instead of investing and spending too much money in inventory control and managing the inventory. The second or practical implication, this also will help the company to give priority to maintenance activity. So the materials that are linked to critical equipment need to be given high priority and need to be given immediate response to any failure, because any shutdown to the equipment will affect the delivery, for example, of the production, and will affect the full facility of the company.
Tahra, you done with the 5 minutes?
Yes, I'm also done. Thank you.
So, any questions?
Any questions?
A very quick, Tahra, I haven't heard from individual companies, they are having policies.
Yes.
The size of the inventory depends on the sales. It's a percentage of also the revenue. So sometimes this is a constraint. You have to have this much of inventory, which it has to be linked to the revenue.
Yes.
So I don't know, have you consider that?
I included the unit purchasing cost, so for the materials. So this is part of the team or the department budget to decide on this. I didn't include anything related to the revenue itself, but it is very technical to the criticality of materials. So I didn't include anything for that.
Maybe for the future research.
Yes, yes. And also, as a recommendation for future research, maybe I would consider how the new inventory policy will help to reduce the internal workload on inventory controller within inventory management team.
So thank you, Tahra, and I would like to thank Ammar to supervise the students and for this achievement. Dr. Ammar. So next is Juhaina Al-Ma'mari from IRIS's program, International and Security Studies. The last presentation. Juhaina, you have 5 minutes only.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juhaina Al-Ma'mari. I am a final year student in the program of International Relations and Security Studies. Today I will be presenting my thesis, which is I didn't defend it yet. So please share your feedback after finishing this very short presentation. So my research is about re-examining or providing examination about Oman's economic diplomacy in the light of 2040 vision. It's not working. Or I can click here. No problem. Yeah. This is not the one. Sorry. Sorry for that. It's not the same. It was an old version. So again, my title is Examining Oman's Economic Diplomacy in the Light of Oman 2040 Vision. My research is divided into 3 chapters. The first chapter is about giving the reader an introduction and theoretical framework. Then the second chapter will provide a groundwork for the reader to understand the economic diplomacy of Oman and the other descriptive data. And then the third chapter will provide an in-depth analysis and assessment of Oman's economic diplomacy and how can we develop a roadmap for Oman to adopt new strategies to activate economic diplomacy. So for the research problem, while I was reading different literatures, I found out that there is a lack of alignment between 2 factors. There is a misalignment between the current strategies of economic diplomacy and the classic tools of economic diplomacy with 2 important things. The first one is that the international relations field is evolving rapidly, so we have to align our goals with this thing. Also, the other thing is the objectives of Oman 2040 vision. There is a clear misalignment in this aspect. So whenever we present any research problem, you know that we have to examine if this problem was not resolved, what would happen? So Oman may face some obstacles regarding missing some opportunities related to investment and foreign direct investment. And as we were talking about the technology transfer, maybe we will lose this kind of opportunities. And also, it may impact the public trust. So whenever the government is issuing some policies, they have to implement it in order to gain the confidence of the public. So the primary research question is how can Oman strategically redefine its economic diplomacy to effectively achieve the goals outlined in the 2040 vision? I will skip the secondary questions. So the research significance is that this research has the potential to enhance the effectiveness of Oman's economic diplomacy. Also, it will contribute to the existing body of related fields such as diplomatic affairs, international relations, and other related aspects. It can help also the policymakers who wish to refine and improve the strategies of Oman. Also, despite the fact that this research is focusing in Oman, other states and nations can use it as a model to improve their strategies. So basically, the research scope will be in Oman. I started doing this research in September 2023, and hopefully I will done with it in May 2024. The targeted sample for the interviews and focus group is with the government officials, policymakers, experts, and relevant specialists. For the research scope, for the research limitation, there's, as I said in the beginning, there's a limited information about Oman's economic diplomacy. So it will be the author's responsibility to collect different data related to economy and related to diplomacy, and then trying to deduce the aspect of economic diplomacy, and of course the time limitation. For the literature review, again, there is no literature about Oman's economic diplomacy, but from this point, I was trying to find out the best models and the best practices related to the economic diplomacy from Morocco, Indonesia, Japan, and other states. And I didn't choose them randomly, of course. There was some basis related to the geographical similarities and the economic conditions and other things. So here's the gap, which is there is no existing literature related to Oman's economic diplomacy, so I will be filling this gap in my research. For the theoretical framework, I will mainly depend on the liberalism. The ideas of neoliberalism of Robert Cohen, together with Joseph Nye, which is related to the soft power as the economic diplomacy, consider one of the forms of soft power. So these two schools of thought together are representing the complex interdependence, which is related to my research, which is also relevant to Oman's economic diplomacy, as it promotes the idea of interaction between the states in order to gain their interest and benefits and other things. For the methodology, I choose to have my research in a qualitative approach, since it gives me the opportunity to present the data in depth and to give me the chance to explore all the related points. I will be conducting interviews and focus group discussion, and of course I will depend on secondary research resources. Also, I will depend on thematic analysis, as when I conduct the interviews, there will be different themes. For example, let's say the geoeconomics, leveraging geoeconomics dynamics in order to promote for the economic diplomacy. This is one theme, and another themes at the same way. I pick the exploratory methodology as it is the best fit to my research. As I said, to best of my knowledge, I am the first one who is doing academic literature related to this topic.
Juhaina, you're done with the 5 minutes.
Okay. So, can I get 2 minutes? 1 minute. Okay. So the interviews will be done with governmental officials, one academic, and diplomats and diplomats and ambassadors. For the focus group, one may ask me, why did I choose this method? Because basically the interaction between the interviewees will give me the chance to stimulate the ideas collectively and saving the time. Also, it will give me the cross-validation, because the interviews together with the results of the FGD will give me the reliability of the resource. And for the focus group, I pick around 6 participants. All of them participated in the G20 summit, which was in India, because as you know, Oman was invited in this event. So I will gain some insight from them of how participating in such international event will provide Oman with a good economic diplomacy. That was my research. Thank you so much for your attention. If you have any feedback, please share it with me.
Thank you, Juhaina. Any questions? As we reach the end of our research day, I want to invite Dr. Al-Mukhtar for the closing remarks. Thank you, Juhaina.
All right, assalamu alaikum. I don't think you are still have the energy to hear closing remarks. But as we come to the end of this second day, I would like first to thank our participants, the guest speakers, the researchers, and all the attendees for, coming to this day and participating and giving your support and so on, and also for the organizers for putting together this remarkable day. So we have enjoyed the day. We listened to very stimulating discussions and provocative, ideas. I think after the day, we'll have other chances to take that further and maybe develop more collaboration, inshallah. So thank you very much, and we would like to see more output from this, inshallah, in the future. Yes.
So So thank you very much for all. I would like to invite His Highness Dr. Adham bin Turki Al Saeed for the talking and appreciation for the participants. Your Highness. Okay. So, Dr. Ammar Auqil. Dr. Muhammad Razzaq. دكتور ابتسام الوهيبي. دكتور خالد حسين. دكتور بدري. جهينة المعمري. طاهرة الرواحي. نوال الحسني. أصيلة الحرملي. أصيلة بس ما موجودة. مآثر الهنائي. عبد الرحمن الحضرمي. أحمد الحسني. شهد الرواحي. يحيى السيابي. ناصر اليعربي. ندى المحروقي.